turn the night up. And if you feel the way I feel, we can turn the night up. Give me some of that. Give me some of that. Girl, your body's set free. You know my intentions. I know you can go all night. I just wanna touch you. Girl, just let me touch you. I know what's been on your mind. Give me some of that. The way you do it, you got that something. You got that something. So keep it moving. You know I love it. You know I love it. Give me some of that. Voila, voila. From Madrid to Miami, from Miami to the world. Baby, it's you and me. You see, we can turn the night up. And if you feel the way I feel, we can turn the night up. Baby, it's you and me. You see, we can turn the night up. And if you feel the way I feel, we can turn the night up. historia sola, da media vuelta, danza kuduro, no te canses ahora, que tú solo empieza, mueve la cabeza, danza kuduro, duro, 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 duro. You got to show me love. Heartbreaks and promises, I've had more than my share. I'm tired of giving my love and getting nowhere, nowhere. What I need is somebody who really cares. I really need a lover that wants to be there. It's been so long since I touched a wanting hand. I can't put my love on the line, that I hope you understand. So baby, if you want me, you got to show me love. Words are so easy to say. You got to show me love.
Let's get this party started. Hey, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Midwest Builder School. Man, we hope you had a fantastic holiday, a great new year, and we can't think to start off a better year than kicking it off with the Midwest Builder School. And man, do we have a packed lineup for you guys today. It's going to be unbelievable. Hey, make sure you stay the whole time. Make sure you're committed to having your phone off. You're taking notes. Remember, the dullest pencil remembers more than the sharpest mind. And you got to be committed to sharing your notes with others. And when this is over, you got to take massive action and massive activity. This first speaker, man, he's coming to you out of Ohio. He's a national sales director, an incredible leader, leading a great organization, promoting RVPs after RVPs, on his way to fourth, fifth, sixth diamond, on the way to the run to the Ruby, the great and incredible Doug and Joy Young. Take it away, Doug.
How's everybody feeling? Good morning. Man, I tell you what, it's crazy to sit in your house and just, even though it's a Zoom meeting, we just had our practice or whatever, our sound check this morning. And man, it just got me fired up, folks. I mean, we got a brand new year. It's 2021. I mean, it makes you be thankful. And, folks, I look back at this last year, and I'm sure we're all doing the same thing. And, I came out of the restaurant business, right? I was just the dishwasher. I worked my way up, trying to get ahead, came from nothing. And we were that close from going into, buying our own or starting our own restaurant. It'd been a little mom and pop, right? And I don't know, how can you know what would have happened over the last 28 years? But man, 2020 could have probably just put us out of business, man. The restaurant business is a small margin business. You'd have put, we'd have put our heart and soul into that thing, and it could just be destroyed, right? Okay, and then you look at a business like ours, my gosh, is that not crazy is what's happening? So listen, I want to get right to it, okay? And just briefly, luckily I get to go first today, right? So, I get to just share some fundamentals. I mean, I've always said there's nothing new under the sun, right? And we're not going to entertain anything new. I remember Chris Koob always told us, right? If we ever show up and he tells us something different, we should be worried, right? Well, listen, folks, we win with fundamentals, right? We win with fundamentals, whether it's football, whether it's playing an instrument or whatever, it's fundamentals. Time's sake, and I love Primerica, right? You can steal all kinds of stuff, but a quote I just heard recently is so true. Learn the fundamentals of the game and stick to them, right? Band-Aid remedies never last, from one of the greatest golfers of all time. So when you look at our fundamentals, I know we can expand this list a little bit. I try to put a little bit, but when you look at it, folks, luckily our business is a skill business, right? I mean, I came into this, my gosh, I dropped out of college twice, for gosh sakes. Right, and Primerica's paid us millions, not because of talent, because you can develop skills here, right? It just takes effort, right? People don't win at anything where they don't put effort into the fundamentals, right? And ours are pretty basic, right? Prospecting, right? That's anybody that may or may not be interested in what we do, folks. And there's 1,000 ways to do this, and you guys have tools. Every single person has access to upline training on every single one of these, right? I'm not going to delve into details there, right? But setting appointments, original contact, right? Everything that you've heard before. But see, those are just 7 fundamentals, right? I know some have 8, 9, and it's just a breakdown of the 7, right? Closing sales, right? I mean, Tom Hopkins helped me a ton, right? I found out that's a skill, that's not a talent, right? Overcoming objections, getting referrals, right? Just growing your business, right? Okay, I mean, if we can develop the skills, we can control it, right? I've often said that I want it to be my fault, right? If it's not my fault, I can't fix it. Okay, so if that's the 7 fundamentals, right? And I got to tell you, that leadership conference, folks, okay, I mean, my gosh, I mean, there could be 1,000 things I could put on the screen. I mean, these are just popping into my head. I mean, my gosh, in December alone, 4 people went over 1 million. Right? How many places, when you make around 400,000, do you feel like you've had limited success with a lot more potential? Is that not nuts? Right? People are popping over. Right? We had 110 people just in 2020 in a year. Most companies did what? We've exploded, right? And folks, it ain't done. This is not the end. It's the beginning. Right? Our massive growth is in front of us, right? A lot of you that are brand new, oh my gosh, man. The paradigms are shifting rapidly. You got people that Mika just set the fastest to 6 to 1 million. Well, that's getting ready to get busted, right? And probably this month, Carlos and Leon is going to bust that record, right? And that record will fall, right? The past never equals the future, right? What they're doing is search optimization. I mean, Primerica as a company, folks, is improving. They always said, if it's not better for the newest person, we should shut this thing down. I can tell you, it's better for the newest person. It's getting better in every way, right? I mean, I could go on in that. I mean, you're going to hear that over the next few days, but folks, right, they're positioning us to win, okay? So listen, as we get started today, just 5 things, and it's all about mindset, right? Mindset is really the thing, okay? And the things that I've learned, folks, just 5 quick things. Self-talk. Right? I mean, I've had the biggest, we all have that little voice in our brain, right? That tells us that we're not good enough. I mean, if we let other people tell us, talk to us like we talk to ourselves, I mean, we'd probably smack them in the face, right? Okay. And folks, and I mean, I'm like everybody else. I mean, it just seems like you're inundated recently, but it's still self-talk, right? It's still self-talk, right? What do you say to yourself? Okay, it's got to be positive. Okay. Secondly, right, intentions, right? You got to intend to go do something. There are no accidents, right? It drives me crazy when people say if, right? If this is a skill business as it is, and we control it, there is no if. Right? Did I win in the time frames that I wanted? No, I struggled with every single piece of this thing. I seemed so bad in the beginning. I'm like, oh my gosh, right? I was terrible at appointments, right? I was pushy. I mean, every way you can cut this thing, right? I just stunk at the beginning. Thank God, right? In just a second, right? That the third one, right? Okay, you got to have some grit, right? Perseverance over time. That Duckworth, if you've not ever read into that, I mean, it just relates to us. It's the missing whatever. It's the lost skill. You got to have some grit, folks. You got to have some grit. Okay, there's been all kinds of things that's happened, right? 2021, right, was the great. It's the best of times and the worst of times. Who was that? Was that Dickens? I'm quoting something I can't remember, from The Tale of Two Cities, I think. But anyway, it was the best of times. It was the worst of times, right? Okay, there's all kinds of great things, all kinds of crazy things, but folks, it takes grit, right? At some point, right, you're going to have to persevere through something, but what's our option, right? It's perseverance towards a long-term goal over time, okay? It doesn't matter as long as you win. Right? But it does take some grit, folks, right? And that's just it's deciding in advance when things get tough, right? That you don't stop. Okay. Strategy, right? You got to have a plan. This is where Primerica helps us, right? Those 7 fundamentals, do them over and over and over again. Then it's attitude and activity. Jimmy Meyer knocked it out of the park. I mean, so many people did. I'm not on the leadership conference, right? But you know, Primerica helps us with a game plan, right? We know what we need to do, right? Everybody's telling us what they do. And really it's just repetition. It's just more repetition of the same thing. And if someone's doing better or worse or whatever, if they're doing better, they're just doing more of what it takes to win. Contacts, activity. It's really just calendar driven, right? Just have a strategy, right? Get good at it. Teach people, right? Teach people, okay? And then finally it's execution. That's just act, right? You don't win anything without action, right? Okay. We're at the beginning of the year. What does your calendar look like, right? What is your long-term goal? What are you focused on, especially this next 90 days, right? The 90-day madman cycle that Bill Whittle talks about, okay, is an excellent thing to look at. But folks, okay, listen, I know this is cliche. We've heard it over and over again, but we just need to be I needed to be reminded, right? The Zoom, the leadership, it just reminds me. We can just get caught up with everything, and it helps maybe clear some of the fuzziness from our brain. Adversity doesn't build character, right? It does reveal it, though. Okay, so I mean, it doesn't matter what happens to us, but how we react to it. Who knows what's going to happen other than the fact that we can decide we're going to win no matter what. The future's never been brighter, right? Primerica's bringing it. Let's bring it as a team. Let's knock it out in the Midwest, right? And be part of this explosion in Primerica growth. The big growth is ahead of us. The future earners are the folks that are just now joining this call. I'll see you guys at the top.
Man, fantastic job, Doug. I love what you talk about. It's never been better for our new person. And Art always said that the opportunity has got to continue to be better and better for the newest new person. Fantastic job. And guys, we're going to move in to one of the greatest times. I love this opportunity here. We're moving into recognition. So get on your seats, jump around, do whatever you got to do, because it is time to get fired up for our first recognition session with a ton more to come. So here we go. Let me share my screen and we're going to get this party started for everybody. Give me 2 seconds here and let me pull that up. Boom. All right. Recognition session number 1. I hope you're fired up and had an incredible year. And let's see who had an amazing year in life insurance premium. Take a look at these top performers in personal life insurance premium. Look at this. Look at these 6 through 10. Great leaders there. Look at those. Take those screenshots because we got to move right along to personal life premium 1 through 5. Amy Crocchiolo, Sharon Chapman, and Brian Matthews. We got the great Jarrell Borden, Sarah Fallett, and Jamie Burnham, but we know there's only one, Ronnie and Michelle Medlock out of Oklahoma. Take a look at division and below, life premium. Look at these rock stars, 6 through 10, rocking and rolling, but we know 1 through 5 is where the rock stars play. Number 5, Faustina Yakima Burbeck. We've got Ian and Inda Scott. Number 3, Brian and Sarah Cochran. Number 2, LaVon Maxwell. But there's only one. Number 1, Stephanie and AJ Canada. Take a look where big dogs are starting to play. Future regional vice presidents, the regional and senior regional life premium 6 through 10. Incredible leaders there. But we know the top dogs are 1 through 5. We've got Andrea Holland, Daniel Trombley and Natalie Arm, great Tiana and Trey Jordan, Jermaine and Whitney Walker, but there's only one. Number 1, my man Jarrell Borden. And now we're getting into the rare air of big dogs, regional vice president and above, life premium. Take a look at 6 through 10. 6 through 10. Get your screenshots in. We know that 1 through 5 is where the players play. Number 5, Team Unstoppable. Number 4, Michael and Lisa Chapin. We got number 3, Raul and Maria Vasquez. Number 2, Josh and Sarah Christian. but there's only one. Number one, the Proctor Base Shop. And Life Premium through first. This is leaders with regional vice presidents underneath them. Take a look, 6 through 10. 6 through 10, rocking and rolling, but 5 through 1. Look at these guys, Teresa Taylor and Jennifer Bocci. We've got number 4, John and Brittany Cooper. Number 3, Assad and Lois Farage. And number 2, Team Unstoppable. But there's only one. Number 1, the Proctor Base Shop. And take a look at Securities Rock Stars helping people invest the difference. Personal Securities, doing it first and leading from the front. Look at those rock stars, 6 through 10, unbelievable leaders. But the big dogs playing 1 through 5, Karen and Mike Streetel, Andrew and Tabitha Norton out of Wyoming. We've got Stacy and Mark Sitzema. Number 2, Bob and Linda Klosowitz. We've got, there's only one. Number 1, Pat and Jill Moore. And building teams of security leaders. Take a look at division and below team security, 6 through 10. 6 through 10, these rock stars. But we know the big dogs are playing 1 through 5. Look at David and Lisa Johnson. We got Missy and Rob Norton, Nathan Sitzema and Keliana Doss, Michelle and Carolyn Gleason, and we've got Lori and Bernice Smith at number 1. Rock stars. We got future regional vice presidents, team security, 6 through 10. Look at those leaders, unbelievable rock stars. But 1 through 5 is where the big dogs play. Dan and Dominica Short. We've got Rod and Sherry Petruzzi, Sean and Arliss Wilkinson. Number 2, Vanessa Delamonte and Soko Amparo. And we've got number 1. There's only one. Number 1, Karen and Mike Streetel. Guys, RVP and above, team security, 6 through 10. Look at those rock stars, 6 through 10. But look at the big dogs, 1 through 5. Number 5, Bonnie and Ivan Jardee. We've got number 4, Bob and Linda Klosowitz. We got number 3, Teresa Taylor and Jennifer Bocci. Number 2, Pat and Jill Moore. But there's only one. Number 1, Stacy and Mark Sitzema. And team securities through first. These are security leaders who have promoted security leaders. Take a look at 6 through 10, building incredible businesses. Let's go to 1 through 5. Doug and Joy Young, heard from him just before. Stacy and Mark Sitzema. Number 3, Teresa Taylor and Jennifer Bocci. Number 2, Assad and Lois Farage. But there's only one. Number 1, Team Unstoppable. Incredible leaders there. Congratulations on all your successes in that recognition session. Unbelievable, guys. I'm super excited. We have unbelievable leaders coming up right now. I'm going to tell you a little bit about them. Some of our greatest friends in the business. They're over $450,000 in income, knocking off the 5th diamond, the 6th diamond, also on the run to that ruby ring. He is just a great leader, leader of leaders, national sales director, recently promoted, on his way to senior national sales director. Let's welcome in the incredible John and Brittany Cooper.
Hey, thanks, Nate. I'm so excited to be here. I know we had some technical difficulties, and because of that, my presentation was like deleted, but hey, I'm just going to go after it this morning. I hope you're fired up. I hope you're pumped up. I hope you're ready to rock in the new year here in 2021. And listen, man, this is a special time. We're entering into a new environment of greatness, I believe, in our company. And if we're going to succeed, listen, it's not just going to happen by accident. It's going to happen by purpose. It's going to happen by intent. And it's going to happen by design. Okay. And we're not just going to succeed because we want to. We're going to succeed because we're going to succeed on purpose in 2021. I want you to say that with me. Say, I am going to succeed on purpose in 2021. Say it again. I'm going to succeed on purpose in 2021. And so number 1 is you've got to choose. You've got to choose who and what you want to become this year, right? If we don't make a change, then the 2021 year is only going to look like 2020, 2019, 2018. We can keep going back, right? We've got to understand that if we're going to change our year, we've got to change as an individual, right? You've got to choose who you want to become, because who you are triggers what you do. Let me say that again. Who you are triggers what you do. So you've got to get the inside right. You know, we say all the time that success is an inside job, okay? You got to get the inside right, and then the outside will be right. And ultimately, our outside circumstances and the lifestyle that we're living are a reflection of what's going on the inside of you and I, right? So you've got to get a desire this year. You know, I love what Napoleon Hill said in Think and Grow Rich. He said, desire is the starting point of all achievement. And you've got to, this year in 2021, you've got to get a white, hot, burning desire that you're going to win this year, that this is going to be the year where everything changes for you, where you eliminate excuses, where you stop doubting, where you stop stopping on your way to success. And when you experience a desire that simply just doesn't go away, that's where you're approaching your passion. That's where you're approaching your passion. Number two, guys, in succeeding on purpose in 2021, listen, you've got to become a master goal setter. You say, Coop, I heard that. I've heard that 1,000 times. Good, I'm going to say it 1,001 times. Okay, you got to become a master goal setter. Goals help you take personal control of your life. Your goals are the stepping stones to your vision. And look, we've said it. If you don't know where you're going, any road is going to take you there in 2021. And when you don't set goals, listen, here's what happens when we don't set goals. It traps us in the never-ending cycle of mediocrity. Listen, 99% of the world, I believe, lives in a state of average and ordinary, a state of mediocrity. And what goals do is they break you out of that. They break you out of the norm. They break you out of that level of mediocrity. And it separates yourself from, I believe, most of the individuals. And because honestly, if you're not careful, here's what I've learned about New Year's. Most of us right now, we're in a period of time, we're 8-9 days into the new year. Your subconscious has been programmed to believe that at a new year, you can completely change your life. Okay. But what, and we see this as people set New Year's resolution, but what ends up happening is people step away and they start moving slowly away from those goals and the dreams that they set because they get comfortable with the new year, right? Listen, you can't get caught up in daily life. You can't get caught up with average and ordinary again. You can't confuse activity with accomplishment. Just because maybe you've got a lot going on here in the new year, it's like you're running hard but going nowhere. Don't get stuck on life's treadmill, baby. You got to get off that treadmill and get onto the trail, right? You got to get into that real life scenery, the place of your dreams and your goals.
I found another way.
Listen, it's difficult. It's difficult to become goal oriented in a world centered on limitations. So you and I, we got to break that mold. We got to break out of that pattern and get our goals in front of us. And number 3 is we got to master time management. You got to master time management. And the intent of time management, you guys, is to enhance the quality and the balance of your life, not just to speed them up. Okay, we want to enhance the quality of your life. And you got to value your time in this year of 2021. And you got to value your time and others and think about the decisions that you're making on how it affects your immediate and your future outcomes. We've heard people say, well, I don't have time to set goals. I don't have time to listen to the audience. I don't have time to plug in the meetings. And when you do that, when we say that we don't have time, all we're doing, you guys, is reinforcing the perception of someone who can't be relied on to get the job done. Am I saying something? Heck yeah, right? Listen, you're reinforcing that. So you got to change your mindset about time. You got to change your mind. And you've got to, this year in 2021, you've got to have a sense of urgency. You've got to have a sense of urgency like none of them. You got to have that alarm clock internally inside that's saying, I got to get the job done now, not next month, not next year. Don't wait now. And then finally, guys, in closing, in 2021, listen, we're living in some interesting times. And Primericans, you know what I love about Primericans? Primericans are people of character. They're people of honor. They're people with incredible, strong values. But if we're not careful, we may let our ambition exceed our character. So my prayer this year is that we don't let our ambition exceed our character. Because listen, character rarely breaks down, guys, when long-term consequences are sufficiently weighed. We got to do the right thing. And you know what I love about Primerica is that we do what's right 100% of the time. That's not just some cliche saying. That is who we are. We are people of passion. We're people of dignity. We're people of honor. We're people of vision. We're people that do what's right for the community 100% of the time. And it's time for us to get big in 2021. I tell you what, I'm ready. I'm ready to do this with you. And I'm proud to be your teammate. And I'm excited for what's happening in your business in 2021. God bless you guys.
Man, if John Cooper doesn't fire you up, I don't know what will. I don't know what will, but I do know the next couple of speakers will. Well, hey, I want to drop a little nugget on you guys. For those of you that are taking notes, take a look at these notes. I mean, Ian, I'm sorry I had to. You sent it to me early. He said wait until the very end, but I can't wait until the end. Guys, I'm so fired up. I'm just going to give you a little sneak preview of what's to come in April before our next speakers. Oh my goodness. Take a look at this. Mark and Sandy Yasipovic. Are you kidding me? But that's not all. The great Doug Young said he would be the next $1 million earner, breaking the record to fastest to $1 million. Carlos Leon is going to be on that call. It's a free event, live Zoom, April 10th. Get it in your calendar right now. I'm telling you what, it's going to be unbelievable. I'm going to take the share down because Ian said not to share it till later, but I just couldn't help it. I couldn't help it. I wanted to get that information out to you right away. Next up, he is a great friend of ours and just an unbelievable leader in not only Relentless Organization, but the company in general. Mel and I had great time to spend with him over the summer, and he's just not a great leader in business, but a great leader in his house. He's a good friend of ours, newest national sales director on his way to 400K, 500K, 6K, the road to the Ruby. I'm so excited to introduce to you the amazing Emmanuel and Summer Earls.
Man, thank you so much, Nate. Incredible job, John Cooper. How do you follow John Cooper? I mean, that guy is so excited. Listen, guys, Emmanuel Earls, National Sales Director, broadcasting to you live from the home office. And by the home office, I mean the office in my home, not the real home office. But hey, I'm excited today. I'm fired up. And what an event. We have 5 people that are going to speak later, 5 that make over 1 million a year and 2 that make over 2 million a year. So if you don't stick on and you don't take notes, you're crazy. It's only going to get better and better and better. But the title of my talk this morning is All It Takes is One. And folks, isn't that true? All it takes in life is one person with vision, excitement, and courage to change the world. And I've been reading this book called The Splendid and the Vile. And it's a book about Winston Churchill. And I love reading books about Winston Churchill, but this one's just about the time right before and during the Blitz, where all of England is being attacked via air. And it focuses a lot on dialogue and firsthand accounts of what he said and comments he made and what his wife was thinking and his kids are thinking as he's the prime minister. And it's an incredible book, just came out this year and it's already on the bestseller list. And I bet some of you have read it, but I think there's some lessons for us as we go into 2021 on this kickoff event for what's going to turn out to be an incredible year. And I think we all could agree 2020 turned out way better than we probably thought it was going to after we figured out what was happening, right? In March, April, February, things got a little scary. And you guys on this call, you killed it. You killed it. I am so proud of everybody, people on other teams, other hierarchies, folks that aren't even related. I don't even know. The whole company did incredible things. But I've got a couple thoughts from this book that I think we can use to kick off 2021. You know, if we're going to be the one, right, we're going to be the one this year, we have to cast a vision of hope. And I believe that's one of the things that Winston Churchill did so well. If you're a leader, and if you're on this call, by the way, you are a leader, right? It's Saturday morning. You're not out hanging out. You're on a broadcast to learn and to grow. So you're a leader. But we've got to cast the vision of hope. See, Winston Churchill, he would get on the microphone and he would talk to the British Empire and he would tell them, we're going to fight them in the land. We're going to fight them in the sea. We're going to fight them in the air. And we're going to defend our island. And he would get people rallied up in what was not a very good situation. And Europe was falling left and right. France, who they thought would never, ever, ever surrender. They built the Maginot Line. Germans went around it. That fell. Belgium fell. Holland fell. And all that was left was England and one man. And his predecessor had already kind of signed a peace thing. It didn't really work out, obviously. And here he was, the one man, and the weight of freedom was on his shoulders. And he decided he wasn't going to back down. He was going to cast a vision of hope. And you've got to be that person. You've got to be talking about the good things coming. 2021 is going to be incredible. 2020, I mean, think about this. I know we're going to hear from Gary Kornegay and Ian Pruckner and Chris Koob and Shane Perry later. Like, think about Gary Kornegay. His income went up something like, I'm sure he's going to say the exact numbers, but he gave himself like a $1 million raise in 2020. I mean, that gives me hope. There's no reason if you're brand new, you couldn't make $100,000 this year, even if you joined Primerica yesterday. See, we've got to cast the vision of hope. You know, we've got to ask ourselves, what's the best that could happen in 2021? I think a lot of us are programmed, you know, accidentally, right? We're programmed to think what's the worst that could happen all the time, waiting for that other shoe to drop. Waiting, you know, thinking about, man, if that happened and that person did this and this happened, this client canceled, this recruit quit and this. And we spend 5 or 10 minutes playing these scenarios in our hearts of things that never really will happen. And all they do is frustrate us and scare us. I want you to write this down if you're taking notes. I know you are, but what's the best that could happen in 2020, 2021 and start to get a vision for how good, how exciting, how wonderful it's going to be. You know, I believe another thing we can learn from that period of time is we've got to take action. There's an interesting anecdote. One of the reporters who covered Whitehall, the seat of the British government, they'd been there for years, and they noticed everybody kind of moved at this lethargic pace, and everybody in the hallway would hold their files and kind of walk and go to the next room and hand it off. But they said the day that Winston Churchill took power, the day, it was May of 1940, I believe May 10th. The day he took power, the same reporter was in those hallways and he noticed the pace had picked up. And over the next couple of years, they would see every single day dignified civil servants running down the hallways. The pace had taken a totally different new life. And Winston Churchill was known for being a man of action, and he would write directives and memos. He had to do this. He was, you know, organizing the country in the war, and he would sit there and write orders and directives and sign them. And he noticed that the culture was one that was not very big on action. And so he ordered this rubber stamp, this rubber sticker really, to be made. And this is the real one, action this day. And you can see a picture of it here. And on memos and directives that he deemed urgent, he would have this big red sticker stuck on the memo that you got. And if you got one of those from Winston Churchill, and you did not take action, you were as good as done. So it was like a known fact. Didn't matter what you were working on, didn't matter what you were doing. You got one of those and you had to take action. And I believe that speaks to us today on this call. We're going to learn so much. We're going to grow so much together the next couple of hours, but we've got to translate that into action, right? We've got to make those phone calls. We've got to get stuff done. We've got to be a different person to have a different 2021. Another thing we got to do, we got to showcase our victories. When the Germans started flying over, the RAF, the Royal Air Force, turns out they were pretty dang good, and they were shooting down German planes left and right. And some of the ministers in the cabinet said, Mr. Churchill, we have to get these out of the public view right away. We don't want people to know that the Germans are here. He said, they already know the Germans are here. And he said, let them see the planes. We've got to showcase our victories. And so farmers would be like so angry that they wouldn't come clean the airplanes up, and they would become tourist sites, and people would be like, yes, see, we're going to win. I knew we were going to win. The week before, like the whole country is like depressed and somber. There's no way we can win, but we've got to showcase victories. And some of you guys, you might have just clicked on the link that got texted out a few minutes ago, or maybe it's in your Telegram, and maybe you haven't done a lot. Maybe you haven't been on one of these in a year. Or maybe you're brand new and you might think like, man, I can't do big numbers. I can't do big things. That's not true. But I know it is definitely true. You can do something small and start today. And that might just be set one appointment. And if you set one appointment and you haven't done that in a while, you need to text your trainer. Listen, I set an appointment and we're going to showcase your victories and we're going to pat you on the back and we're going to tell you how thankful we are to have people like you. We've got to showcase those victories, and it didn't always go well. And they didn't hit every plane. And London was bombed for a long, long time, and some unbelievable structures were hit. And as smoke would fill the night air and the sirens would go off, a lot of Londoners didn't even get sleep. And the first time that happened, it was a sleepless night for one of the largest cities in the world. And they asked Mr. Churchill, they said, sir, what do you want to do? He said, get me out there. And they said, sir, you can't do that. You're the prime minister. It's the middle of the war. It's very dangerous. We don't know what could happen. There might be spies out there. And with the embers of war still hot, the flames still smoking, he went out of 10 Downing Street and he walked the streets and he began to weep openly. And people saw their leader out there with them, grieving and feeling that pain. And see, it might get worse before it gets better. Not everything you're going to do this year is going to work instantly. Not everything you're going to do is going to be easy, but I guarantee it's going to be worth it. And there's an anecdote of a little kid, newspaper reporter saw a little kid turn to his mom, and his mom, and he said, Mom, I told you he cared about us, because he had seen Winston Churchill crying. And she said, yes, you did, honey. And you're right, he does. See, it might get worse before it gets better, but it will get better. See, it's okay to be down. And not everybody had a great 2020. We had an incredible 2020, thankfully. But I know that's not the case for everyone. See, it's okay to be down. It's not okay to stay down. And here's the thing. People will talk about the victory for generations. Yes, it will be a fight, but it's worth it. People are going to talk about what you do this year. If you plug in and don't quit, they'll talk about it for generations and generations and generations. And I'll end with this. This is a picture of a coffee shop here in Tulsa called Nardagio's Coffee. Not that that matters. But a few years ago, I saw an older gentleman be dropped off by a retirement home shuttle. And I saw him get out very, very slowly and had a cane and hobbled out very, very carefully and slowly and came up to the door. And I ran over and opened the door. I'm not going to try to make this guy open his own door. And he came up to the counter and I let him go in front of me. And he ordered a drink. And I could tell he had a British accent. And I thought, that's kind of cool. So I started talking to him. And I could tell he just wanted someone to have a conversation with him. He appeared to be very, very old and lonely. And so I sat down. I said, you know what? I'm going to talk to this guy. And I said, hey, tell me about your life. Never seen this guy before in my life. And turns out he is from England, which I guessed from the accent. He had emigrated here a while back. And then he got this look in his eye and a tear started rolling down his eye. And he said, do you mind if I tell you about Mr. Churchill? And he told me about how the time he met Winston Churchill as a kid. And he told me the story of what it was like during the war and how proud he was to be part of that and to see that and to witness history. See, when you win, people will tell your story for generations. All it takes is one. All it takes is one. Are you the one? Nate, back to you.
That was the mic drop there. I love it. Are you the one? And one of the other things Emmanuel talked about is from today, generations will be changed forever, because I believe big events are made with big decisions, and a couple of you will take what Emmanuel said and make some big decisions today. This next speaker, I'm forever grateful to him because of his big decisions that he made, his goals and dreams so big, it fits not just Mel and I's goals and dreams, but all of Relentless, all of Freedom Fighters. I mean, over a third, maybe even half of this call is originated because this gentleman went to work. He fought hard, senior national sales director, $1 million earner, and just somebody I get to call friend, the amazing Asad Faraj.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Hope and pray you're great. A happy new year to everybody. And I just want to let you know that it's so important this year to remember that we are in the people attraction business. And the way that you are attractive is to be enthusiastic and be positive. Well, how do I do that? It's actually a lot easier than you think. To be enthusiastic, just fill yourself with enthusiasm. What does that mean? Enthusiasm means to be filled with God. That's what that means. Be enthusiastic this year because we're in the people attraction business. And I want you to be positive. And just to be clear, almost everybody all the time who has a goal of being positive fails miserably at it. Mark and Kathy Marchesani, $1 million in Primerica, 6 years ago decided to forever give up on their goal to be positive. They just couldn't do it anymore. And they decided to reroute that energy to try to be grateful, try to be thankful. And psychiatrists believe that if you focus on 3 things every day that you're grateful for, you'll rewire your brain, become a positive person. So bottom line this morning, every one of us, we are grateful that God is on the throne and that he loves us. And that's a huge dadgum deal. He knows the number of hairs on your head and knew you before he knit you in your mother's womb. And his plans to bless you and prosper you and give you hope in the future. We're grateful that we're in America. I know. Don't bet against America. Things are happening. God's on the throne. He loves our country. And at the end of the day, there's a couple of billion people who still would love to move here and 0 people that want to leave, because you don't have to line up to leave. You can leave anytime you want. And we're grateful to be in Primerica, the greatest opportunity in the face of the earth, as far as hours you put in, how much money you can make, how much you can help people and make a difference in their lives. As I focus on what to share with you guys this morning, I want to go to the fundamentals. There's a guy who's his name is Vince Lombardi. They named the first Super Bowl trophy in football after Vince Lombardi. My wife loves football. She loves towards the end of the game when somebody hits a grand slam in the bottom of the 9th inning or someone goes in a penalty box for high sticking. She loves a good football game. In case you don't know, football is a sport. There's a game called the Super Bowl, and there's a trophy called the Vince Lombardi Trophy, okay? They named it after him. He won the first few Super Bowls. Long story short, after winning one, he showed up at training camp the very next year. And to the greatest football players on the planet, he opened up training camp with the word, gentlemen, this is a football. The object of the game is to carry this ball over their goal line more often than they do it over our goal line. That's how you win the game. So these are what's called mantras. Mantras need to live loud and bold in your life if you want to build a Primerica business. Let's go. So first and foremost, you need to relentlessly pursue the crusade and your dreams. Art Williams said this business is 50% crusade, it's 50% the dream, but man, it's 100% heart. Never forget the leading cause of marital distress and divorce is fighting about money and finance. According to the American Medical Association, the leading cause of high blood pressure, diabetes, strokes, heart attacks is stress. And guess what? The leading cause of stress is financial stress. And more important than ever, we need to be focused on helping people because the stress is at an all-time high. When it comes to your dream, if you're gonna dream, you might as well dream big. Very small difference between a big dream and a small dream, short term. I don't know about you, but I'm grateful. This guy named Art Williams, okay, By the way, he also said, without a dream, you're dead. Okay. I'm so grateful. This guy named Art Williams had a big dream. Okay. A big dream. Bottom line, you know what's so sad in society is most people die shortly after junior high school. We just don't bury them for another 60 or 70 years. In other words, around elementary to junior high school, most people forever give up their ability to dream. What we do for a living around here is we interrupt people's lives and we teach them it's okay to dust off and resurrect those dreams one more time, because this is a place where dreams come true. Thank God that Art's dream was not to be the #1 financial service office in Columbus, Georgia, which would have been a pretty big dream for a high school football coach. But his dream instead was to turn every single other financial company into a pizza parlor. That was his dream. That's why today we have opportunity, and there's still room for you to bring in tens of thousands more agents, and there's room for them to achieve all their goals and dreams because of the size of Art's dream. Next, this is the basics. This is the time of the year I'm literally scared to death for every one of you. I've taught my entire career as far as how you build a business. You can do everything great as far as systems and people skills and blah, 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 and trainings and product knowledge. But if you don't do a minimum of 1 recruit, 2 clients per week, okay, every single week, your business will go backwards. Building a business here is kind of like you trying to go up on an escalator going down. What happens if you're trying to go up on an escalator going down and you stop moving your feet? The answer is you go down. So I want to encourage you that 1 recruit, 2 clients per week for 6 months, you're an RVP making over $100,000 a year. Do it for 12 months. You had a rock solid built $100,000 income for life. Do it for 2 years. You have a $20,000 a month raise from where you're at right now, and do it for 5 years. You got $1 million income to do a minimum of 1 recruit, 2 clients per week. But every week you do it, you take a step forward, and every week you don't. Just like that escalator, put that picture in your brain, you take a step backwards. The reason I'm scared for you is because most people do not decide to change their life around March 19th or July 8th or October 3rd. They don't do it on those days. There's something about January, something about a new year. The first week is already in the books. So bottom line is, if you don't do it now, then it's a lot easier not to do it the second week. You don't do it the first 2 weeks, it's a cinch. Not to do it the third week. You don't do it the first 3 weeks, and it's all of a sudden, I can't wait till 2022, baby. That's the year it's going to change my life. Be careful. Next is you got to drive each recruit 4 deep. I don't know why, but all the silver, all the gold, all the oil is 4 deep. There's a guy named Assad Faraj who's in the business, been paid $20 million as I joined this thing. And the bottom line is I'm direct to a guy named Leo Somkin, but I was recruited by a guy named Joe Sitars, who's direct to a guy named Tony, who's direct to a guy named Steve. Joe, Tony, Steve ain't here no more, but I am, and I'm direct to Leo. You ever heard of a guy named Ian Pruckner before, founder of the great organization Relentless, a hero in Primerica? Well, guess what? He's direct to me, but didn't start out that way. He was introduced by a recruit I had who was actually living in my basement named Steven, who was recruited by a guy named Dominic, who's recruited by another guy named Dominic. And Steve, Dominic, we love them. They're amazing people. They're not in Primerica, but now Ian's direct to me. I don't know why it is, but all the silver, all the gold, all the oil is 4 deep. A recruit is not a recruit. So they get a recruit who gets a recruit who gets a recruit. That's what locks them in. Next, you got to get your securities license and go to war to open accounts. For every 100 people you recruit who only get a life license, 83% of them will quit in the first 2 years. For every 100 people you recruit who get life and invest license, 90% of them stick around. Do you want to build a business where 83% quit or where 90% stick around? And you have to ask families to make the third most important decision of their life. Their number one most important is who their Lord's going to be. Number 2 is who they're going to marry. But the third is to draw a line in the sand and never allow a month to go by ever again without investing and saving for their future. It's time to draw a line in the sand, okay? Never allow a month to go by. And I'm talking to you right now about saving something every month for your future. Next is what makes us different. We're the only company out there that really cares about people, because we offer total financial health. If a patient goes to a doctor and says, I'm having excruciating shoulder pain, and the doctor responds, well, don't worry about that. Your blood pressure and sugar levels are fine. What good is that doctor? Okay. That's our competition, is those doctors. I know our competition says, we can save you money in car insurance. My response is, who cares? How is saving everybody in America 15 or 20% of car insurance going to help everybody in America educate their children, get debt free, and live a retirement in dignity? It doesn't do it. Okay, we offer great mortgages. Who cares? That's not going to help anybody get financially independent. Okay, people are totally financially healthy or they're not. Okay, so bottom line is, people don't know how to articulate this, but all they want for their finances, the same thing they want for their bodies, to be totally healthy. And if in your body, one part of you doesn't feel good, as far as you're concerned, you don't feel good. Next, you got to keep your focus on the dashboard of growth. Just because you had a good income month doesn't mean you grew. Just because only your recruiting is up doesn't mean you grew. Increase doesn't always equal growth. Increase in cash flow doesn't mean you're growing. You're only growing if all 5 indicators are up. All 5 indicators on your dashboard. One is recruits. You find quality through quantity. There is no other way. Next is licensed reps. Okay. Last I checked, you got to be licensed to get to RVP. You got to be licensed to get to national sales director, don't you? Okay. Next is meeting attendance on Zoom. I keep track in my iPad of every single meeting I've done on Zoom or before Zoom and live, of how many directs I've got on that at that meeting. Next is promotions. Okay. Glenn Williams, the CEO of Primerica, is obsessed with district leader promotions. And then there's RVP. ASAP is the place to be. Regional vice president is the greatest contract on earth. What moves the company, what moves your business when people go for RVP. Then team cash. You will get what you want when you help other people get what they want. We're so proud of our team. Our payroll last year was about $11 million. Okay, almost $1 million a month is getting paid to our team. And that's why we're able to have such an awesome life. Next is, you got to know what you're building here. If you're building anything, you clearly need a blueprint. So here's the blueprint for a business paying you between $1 and $2 million a year. So everything ever built is creating the mind first, then on paper, and then brought to real life. So what you need to have is what's called a CCMP, a clear, concise, mental picture of what you want. Our lives will gravitate to our most dominant thoughts. So here's what it looks like. Ready? You go recruit 7 to 10 key leaders. That came from Art Williams, not me. Well, what's a key leader? That's a great question. Glad you asked. A key leader is somebody who double-digit recruits, that's promoted at least one person that's a double-digit recruiter. So when you have a business with 7 to 10 directs that double-digit recruit and have at least one person on their team besides them that double-digit recruits, now you have a business that pays you $1 million to $2 million a year. Next is partnership. It comes in all shapes and sizes. The Bible says one can put 1,000 to flight, but 2, 10,000. So 2 people working together is not twice effective. According to biblical math, God's math, it is 10 times more effective. After 40 some years in Primerica, everyone who's looked for the shortcut, there's only one proven shortcut. That's 2 people working together towards a common goal. Couples recruiting couples who recruit couples who recruit couples. Now, in the beginning, it was me and my dad. Then I got married to this beautiful lady, so it can take on different sizes and shapes. But you need to, when you have a partnership, just like a household, it's time to do what's called define and assign. In your household, guess what? Someone's got to take out the garbage. Someone's got to buy the groceries. Someone's got to cook the food. Someone's got to clean the dishes. Someone's got to pay the bills. Someone's got to cut the grass. So what you do in a household is you define and assign all those things until you can afford to pay people to do the stuff that neither one of you want to do. The same thing in building a business. In your partnership, you need to define and assign. Someone's got to prospect, get names and numbers. Someone's got to make the phone calls. Someone's got to run the appointments. Someone's got to run the trainings. Someone's got to do the back office stuff. Someone's got to do everything needs to get done until you can afford to pay people to do the stuff you don't want to do. and build your partner up with your word. Focus on their strengths, not their weaknesses. That's what makes a partnership go well. Lastly, I want to encourage you guys to get great at every aspect of self-improvement. Everyone in Primerica, here's a humbling statement, you are paid to the penny what you're worth from Primerica. Good news, if you want to be paid more, just become worth more. You've probably spent more time, you guys, studying for algebra, biology, than you have building your entire Primerica business. And today, when I started, there was excuses. Today, there's no excuse. Al Gore invented this thing called the internet. Now you can go there, Primerica online, and best price systems, a million places you can go to get incredible information. We have an app in our hierarchy, or wherever you want to go. There's a whole bunch of tools at the click of a button. So get up early, stay up late, and self-improve. Get cocky, have a constant assault on continuous improvement, and continue to get better through every aspect we do. And I'll close with this. Here we are. It's January. If you're in college or high school and you want a great grade in a class, a great grade is an A. Well, if you flunk the first test, okay, you're not getting an A in that class. If you flunk the first test, you can work your butt off and maybe get a C, maybe get a B, but you ain't getting no A. You're not getting no A. And guess what? Here we are in 2021. And if you flunk, who wants a great year? We all want a great year. Well, if you flunk January, you're not going to have a great year. The only shot at a great 2021 is to have 12 good or great months, okay? You can't flunk January. Let's have a huge month of January, a huge 2021. God bless you. I pray this is the best year you've ever had for you and your families.
Asad Faraj does it again. Incredible job talking about winning with the fundamentals, and we need to hear that constantly. We thank you, Asad, for your leadership and continued growth, man. You are just an inspiration to Mel and I so much, and we thank you. Next up, guys, you want to hear a little bit more from Asad? You want to hear from Asad? Put it in your calendar, April 10th. April 10th, Asad will be with us live again on Zoom, free event. That'll segue there. But next up, this guy is just explosive, on his way to Senior National Sales Director. He is the leader of the Great Warriors, not only promoting regional vice presidents, but also senior vice presidents and national sales director. And guys, he's on his way. 4th, 5th, 6th diamond coming up this year, doing big things. I'm going to send it over to my friend Jeff and Rachel Seagrave.
Hey, awesome, Nate. I appreciate the introduction so much. Good morning, Midwest Builder School. It is such an honor to share this screen with so many great leaders this morning. Rachel and I love this company. We love this team. We're so blessed to be able to lead the Warrior Hierarchy. We have got a house full of leaders this morning, fired up for this event, fired up for this brand new year. But, you know, it's been unbelievable. You know, our hierarchy in 2020, we've grown now to be, we've got 12 regional vice presidents outside of Rachel and myself. And we've got so many of the great ones that are plugged in this morning watching this. And we just all had incredible years. You know, you think about Aaron and Caleb Bullitt, their recruiting's up 137% last year over the year before. Beck and Aaron Steele, their recruiting's up almost 30%. Cash is almost 30% increase over 2019. Trevor Harris wasn't even an RVP at the beginning of 2020. And just to show you how powerful that RVP contract is, he went RVP. And right now, among other things, his cash flow is up 177%. 2020 over 2019, guys. So I just have never seen times as great as there are to be in Primerica. And we're just so blessed to be here this morning. But I want to talk to the newest people this morning. If you're brand new, I know there are so many great people that are joining our team right now that if you just got started, maybe this is your first big event ever, or maybe you're fairly new and you just need to know, is this something I could bet my life on? You're asking, Jeff, is it real? Can I bet my family? Can I bet my life on this opportunity? I'm going to answer that question for you this morning, but it's going to take bold faith on your part. I've been a believer my entire life, and as a believer, I'm believing in something I haven't seen yet. And what I do is I believe that where I'm going, I have to believe in order to see. Primerica is the exact same way. When Rachel and I got started in 2002, it was something we had to believe in before we could see it. We just prayed this was real. We had great leaders like Chris and Elizabeth Koob and Shane Perry and Assad Faraj and Gary Kornegay that we could look up to, that we could emulate, that we could follow. And what I learned from those leaders is that fortune favors the bold. This is not a time to back down. This is not a time to play small. This is not a time to make excuses. This is not a time to see obstacles when the world is full of opportunity. You know, Helen Keller said the only thing worse than being blind is having sight but no vision. And let me just give you a little bit of a heart check this morning. All of us hopefully have been blessed with sight, but do you have vision? Where are you going? See, it's easy to look around at what is, but it's something special to look at what isn't and call it as though it is. See, leaders are called to have extraordinary vision. Guys, you know, you think about this, I just want you to know this morning, right off the break, that you maybe for the first time in your life are at the right place. You're at the right place. How many people do we know that pray their entire lives for their ship to come in? Yours did. I don't know why you were blessed enough for Primerica to find you. I don't know why I was blessed enough for Primerica to find me. I had never heard the name Primerica. I wasn't looking for Primerica. Thank God it found me. This is the right time. The question you need to ask yourself is, are you going to play your part? Right? You're in the right place. This is the right time. Are you going to play your part? To give you some confidence this morning on why I believe you're in the right place and why you're here at the right time. Guys, you got to understand that everybody in America wants what you and I have to offer. I don't know anybody that would rather work a job versus be their own boss. I don't know anybody that wants to live paycheck to paycheck as opposed to live in abundance. I don't know anybody that wants to be owned as opposed to own. People are desperate for freedom. The cry of the human heart is for freedom, and you never find it in an every 2-week paycheck, health benefits, and time off for good behavior. That doesn't offer freedom. You know, most Americans are going to wake up Monday morning and they're going to do the same thing this Monday that they did last Monday and every Monday prior for the last 20 or 30 years. That's not us. Every day we wake up is a chance to start over. Every day we wake up is a chance to do something special with our lives. Freedom only comes from passive income. Jobs, a W-2, never offers that. Guys, if you make big money in corporate America, you're a slave to what you do. You will do whatever they tell you, whenever they tell you, and there's no end in sight. But freedom comes from owning big money. I would rather make, honest to God, I know this sounds silly, but I would rather make 50 grand a year running my own deal than 100,000 a year being owned by somebody else. So number one, are you in the right place? Well, I don't know. Everybody wants freedom, and you've chosen to take a step in that direction. You know what they want next? Let's just kind of work this formula through. Building a business better than owning a job. If I'm going to build a business, let's build one in the financial industry. Guys, I'm curious to see what the numbers look like in 2020. I'm confident they'll look just like 2019 and 2018, but it doesn't take you very long to find out that every year, the most millionaires and the most billionaires come out of this industry, the financial services industry. Forbes in 2019 said, again, that finance was the number one industry to be a part of if you were going to make fortunes. Of the new billionaires in America in 2019, a fourth of them came from the financial industry. That's what we're a part of. So people want to be free. Check that one. You want to be in the financial industry. Check that one. And now you're with the right company. So Jeff, I want to win with my life. How do I do it? Well, number one, you got to get on the right side of the cash flow quadrant. You got to be an owner. Number two, you got to be in the right industry. That's us. And number three, you got to be with the right company. There's no company in North America that's championing the needs of Main Street families. There's no company that cares about your family and my family like Primerica does. Guys, not just you. You heard Doug talk about it. You heard Assad talk about it. The total package. Everybody needs to save more money. Everybody needs to get out of debt. Everybody needs better insurances. Everybody needs an opportunity. And there's only one company that can offer those folks that. So you're in the right industry. You're with the right company, but I believe you're with the right team. Guys, look at this. There's no place else in America today has this leadership team putting a program together to you for free for you to kick your year off the right way, for you to go hit your family's goals and dreams. You look at the lineup that we've got today, and not just today, what we just talked about coming up in just a couple of months, another incredible, great lineup. Right? I mean, Carlos might be the newest $1 million earner in Primerica like this weekend, but he's not going to be the newest $1 million earner in Primerica by April. We're going to have 5, 6, 7, 8 more $1 million earners by then, but you get to plug your team in between now and then. If I was thinking like a business person, I would get excited today. I would put my head down. I would go to work for the next 90 days, and I would get all of my new people plugged into this meeting on April the 10th. So you're on the right side of the equation. You're in the right industry. You're with the right company, and you're with the right leadership team. The unfortunate part for you is you're the only variable. The X factor is you. Will you do your part? Trust me, if any part of this equation is going to let you down, it's not going to be us. It's not going to be your leaders. It's not going to be Primerica. It's not going to be the industry. It's going to be you. And for some of you, that's unfortunate. For the rest of us, that's the best news you've heard all day. My whole life, I prayed for a chance for me to get the ball to make the game-winning shot. I want to be the victor, not the victim. So many people in corporate America, their lives were wrecked last year due to no fault of their own. The industry shifted, the global climate shifted, the political climate shifted, the financial climate shifted, and they were not in position to make changes. I want to be in position. I don't want anybody pulling the rug out from under my feet. If I sink, I want it to be my fault. And if I fly, I want it to be my fault. Guys, that's great news for a winner. That's great news for an entrepreneur. I'm begging you this morning to stay true to your calling. See, you got to understand that God is taking you someplace special. It's what's on the inside that counts. It doesn't matter what your friends think. It doesn't matter what your mama thinks. It doesn't matter what your community thinks. All that matters is what you think. See, I play for the applause of one. I know what God put on the inside of me. I know who I am, and I know whose I am. And the world might look at me as weak, but I know how strong I am with this opportunity. It's even stronger, guys. I'm telling you, this is going to be the greatest year ever. But you got to dream bigger. In Chase the Lion, the author said, God honors big dreams because big dreams honor God. See, I know how big your God is by the size of your dreams. And I believe you got to pray for supernatural favor this year. If you can dot the I's and cross the T's as far as your game plan, you're not thinking big enough this year. My dreams are so big, God has to step in or I'm not going to hit it. That's how the Warriors are going to play in 2021. And I'm asking you to join us. Let's make this the best year ever. Love you guys. See you at the top.
Always a special treat. Just lights the scoreboards up. Absolutely incredible. I have pages and pages of notes. I hope you do too. What an incredible job. Thank you, Jeff Seagrave. And you know what time it is? It's time for some recognition, y'all. Let's get this party started with some recognition. We got unbelievable recognition heading your way right now. Let me share this screen here and get this party started, man. Congratulations to all your success in 2020, but we know the party's just getting started, and we're starting out with recruiting. Personal recruits, take a look at this. They're doing it first. They're personally leading 6 through 10, amazing leaders. But look at leaders of leaders doing it 1 through 5. We got Mac Marcy at 5, Casey and Amber Perry at 4, Dimitri Valerio at 3, Paul and Sydney Neely at number 2, but there's only one. Number 1, Josh and Sarah Christian leading the way in personal recruits. And we've got division and below in team recruits. These are building big teams, and it takes what Jeff talked about. Big dreams come from big teams. Look at these leaders building big teams. Division and below team recruits 1 through 5, Savannah Cannon and Brian Headley. We've got Casey and Amber Perry, Ian and India Scott. Number 2, Stephanie and AJ Canada, but there's only one. Number 1, Brian and Sarah Cochran. And we got future regional vice presidents building big teams heading towards regional vice president. 6 through 10, take a look at those great leaders. But 1 through 5 is Corey Seabach and Alexis Kirkbride at number 5. Number 4, Beth and Howard Koski. Number 3, Jarrell Borden. Number 2, Daniel Trombley and Natalie Harms, but there's only one. Number 1, Jermaine and Whitney Walker. Playing at the rare air of RVP and above. Team recruiting, building big teams for their big dreams. Look at that, 6 through 10. Great leaders. But 1 through 5 is Jeff and Rachel Seagrave. Number 4, Josh and Sarah Christian. Number 3, Michael and Lisa Chafin. Number 2, Andy and Brittany Onstead. But there's only one. Number 1, Team Unstoppable. And building large organizations, big hierarchies, team recruits through first. They're building not just leaders in themselves, but other leaders. Take a look at 6 through 10, leaders of leaders there. But 1 through 5 is John and Brittany Cooper at 5. You heard from them earlier, Assad and Lois Farage, still leading from the front. Number 3, Jeff and Rachel Seagrave. Number 2, the Proctor Base Shop. But there's only one. Number 1, Team Unstoppable. Let's get into licensing. You heard Assad talk about codes. We got to license some people. Personal licensing. Getting people licensed first. They're personally doing it. 6 through 10. Amazing leaders here. 1 through 5. At Simba Perez. Hannah and Trevor Foltz. Kevin Richards. Number 2, Jenilyn and Roberto Reyes. But there's only one. Number 1, Paul and Sydney Neely. And division and below, team licensing. Licensing big teams. Take a look, 6 through 10. Leaders and leaders. But 1 through 5, let's take a look at Simba Perez. Janice and Mark Ruggles. Daniel Rivera, and we got number 2, Savannah Cannon and Brian Headley, but there's only one. Number 1, Faustina Yukamimi Barbeck, great job. We got future regional vice presidents on their way because they're licensing big people. Take a look at 6 through 10, licensing big teams. 1 through 5, Gabrielle Ochoa Oseguera, Janelle and Roberto Reyes. Number 3, Jackie Potter. Number 2, Aaron and Matt Staveski. But there's only one. Number 1, Ronald Tan. In the rare air, regional vice president, team licensing, building big teams with licensed agents 6 through 10. Look at those leaders. When we got 1 through 5, Francis and Cola and Bueno. Number 4, Aaron and Kayla Mullet. Number 3, Andy and Brittany Onstead. Number 2, Josh and Sarah Christian. But there's only one. Number 1, Raul and Maria Vasquez. And leaders of leaders, team licensing through first, building big teams 6 through 10. Amazing leaders there. But we got 1 through 5, Assad and Lois Farage. Heard from them just a minute ago, Jeff and Rachel Seagrave. Number 3, Teresa Taylor and Jennifer Boche. And number 2, the Proctor Base Shop. But there's only one. Number 1, Team Unstoppable. Congratulations on all your success and the recognition there. Super proud of you guys and great leaders. And I'm so excited and fired up to introduce to you guys the next speaker, soon to be Senior National Sales Director. He's a National Sales Director right now, but he says not for long. Out of Wisconsin, over $250,000 in income on his way to 3rd, 4th, 5th time and doing big things. Let's welcome in the great Jim Martinson. Take it away, Jim.
Hey, thank you. I am so excited about 2021, and I want to talk about how to be bold, how to go out in 2021 and be super bold about what you do. I'm going to talk about why and how to do it. First off, you've heard it from the speakers before that 2020 was the most successful year in our entire history. The industry needs you. The economy needs you. What used to take 20 years, guys, we are now collapsing down to 5 years or less because of technology, because of all the incredible announcements that have been made over the years and the adjustments that we've made during this pandemic. It's been an exciting time. The consumer needs you. We're counting on you. You need you. My biggest fear is that you don't take action. Let's talk about this, and let's talk about the most successful year in the history of the company. Look at these numbers. For those of us that didn't realize what kind of incredible opportunity we have. Last year, almost 34,000 recruits on average per month, 394,000 recruits last year, new associates that came into this company. That was a record, all-time record. New life licenses, record. Life sales force hit a new record. Security sales force, new record. New face amount issued, a record. Total face amount, a record. Remember, guys, this was in a year where most companies shrunk. This company is made up of a bunch of us independent contractors that started from scratch. Look at what we're doing. Man, it's incredible. 2020 claims paid, excuse me, 1.5 billion, a record. Investment sales, 7.8 billion, a record. Assets under management, a record. And most of all those records led to almost $1 billion being paid in cash to our entire organization. That is a big deal. So the industry needs you. I talked about that. Whoops. The industry needs you. Excuse me. While they continue to sell what they profit most off of, which is highly overpriced and low value products. According to various studies and publications, the average age of the financial advisor right now in the industry is somewhere between 51 and 55%, with over 38% of them expected to retire over the next 10 years. You know, the average age of a Primerica business here is just a little over age 32. That's exciting. Market estimates believe that by 2022, the financial services market is expected to reach 26.5 trillion, growing at a rate of over 6%. You're in the right industry, man. This is an exciting time. Look at this. This just blew me away just from the biggest meeting that the company's ever had with senior leadership. From 1977 to 2000, 24 years, we produced $34 million a year earners. Look at that. Took 24 years to produce $34 million earners. From 2001 to 2014, 14 years, we produced $34 million earners. What was happening is the company was getting better, the market was getting bigger, and it continues to. And look what's happened. But look what's happened from 2015 to 2020. 6 years, we produced $39 million earners, and 4 have already been created in the year of 2021. Are you wondering, am I in the right place at the right time? As Jeff Seagrave just said, look at this. You got to be bold. You got to be bold, and you got to dream big. What is a big dream? It's a substantial aspiration for something of which, when we attain it, we believe it will satisfy every desire that we have. A big dream is a bold vision for the future. What does the dreaming process look like? Well, listen, knowing what your big dream is, why, and when to achieve it is a powerful driving force for you. Get that dream together. What is it that you want this year? How big is your vision? Is it big enough to get you out of bed every morning? Is it big enough that you'll need to really ask yourself, are my dreams big enough? Are you going to be a dreamer like Assad talked about, and like many of the other speakers already talked about, where if God doesn't have to be in that equation, you wouldn't achieve it? Man, dream so big, right? Dream bigger, persevere. It takes hard work and patience to accomplish your dreams. It really does. There's going to be challenges. Who's ever started something that's going to be gigantic and thought that they'd never run into any obstacles? I promise you, There will be adversity. There will be. That's the way it is. It's how we handle that that matters. Number 5, there's no instruction manual for big dreams. You don't have an instruction manual. You figure it out as you go. I'm going to tell you that in a second, exactly how to do that. You see, work towards your dream and resolve challenges as they come. Don't worry about all of those things. Most of them never happen. Number 6, you have to take action. Without action, big dreams are simply not there, okay? Ask questions. You got so many people in this community, man. Look at all these people. I think there's over 1,500 people on this webinar right now. There's so many people just in this part of the company that you can go to for help. Ask a lot of questions about a lot of different things, not only about the business, but about life. Why are things that the way they are, right? Ask people why. Get input and insights from others. There's so many great people, like I just said. Number 8, big dreams die. Dream killers, what are they? They're fear, giving up, poor planning, fatigue, poor execution, and getting bored. Another big dream killer is trying to be a perfectionist. Guys, I promise you, you're never going to be perfect. I struggled with that one. Number 9, traits of big dreamers. Big dreamers have a burning desire to achieve their dreams. Big dreamers dream big, and then they take action. So look at this. What do you got to say goodbye to in 2021? Not only 2020, you got to say goodbye to self-limiting beliefs. Listen, the battle is won right here in your mind. Practice positive self-talk every single day. Get people around you to catch you when you're not being positive. As Ian teaches in Byproduct, T-Bar, thoughts create beliefs that entice action that produce results. 11, fear of failure. Oh my gosh, I see so many people get so worried about failing. Many people don't pursue their big dreams because they're so afraid of falling short. There's a great book written by John Maxwell called Failing Forward. Failure is a possibility, but it can't hold you back from taking action. Okay? Number 12, leverage leadership and others. Big dreamers and big dreams are achieved faster through leveraging other relationships. Ask for help when you need it. Don't be a loner. And say goodbye to discouraging, ridiculing, and belittling people. Man, you got to get rid of that. So what do? You hang around big dreamers. We're a community, like I said, of big dreamers. Share your big dreams. They energize each other. A good support system of like-minded people helps us preserve our dreams. Plug in like you are today. Plug into every event. And 15, reward yourself. Man, take some time to reward yourself after achieving your big dreams. Not too long, but take some time to reward yourself. 16, keep your dream alive. Identify what you want to achieve. Jump over every wall of fear and chase your big dream with passion. Keep your dream alive. Write it down in specific sentences. If you haven't done that yet this year, do it. Read it out loud and record it. See, there's no real motivation in life. This is something I've absolutely learned. There is no real motivation in life. There's only action. Here's what I know. Action is truly the only thing that creates motivation. When you do what you know you're supposed to do is when you feel good about you. Lastly, without a sense of urgency, desire loses its value. That's a Jim Rohn quote. I love it. Without a sense of urgency, desire loses its value. Guys, take action now. Back to you, Nate.
Man, Jim Martinson, congratulations. You just absolutely crushed it. And let me tell you what, I can't wait to see you come across as Senior National Sales Director this year, doing big things out in Wisconsin. Talking about Wisconsin, guys, we've got people on from all over North America right now. Heck, honestly, with broadcasting out to YouTube, I think we're international to hear from some amazing speakers coming up. And this guest speaker is just one of the most pivotal, transformational leaders in all of Primerica. He is literally a hero, still holds the base shop record. And I know this because Andy and Brittany Onstead remind me constantly what the number 342,353 means, because that's the record they're going for, to beat this guy's record. He was with us in the Relentless Retreat in 2018, got to know him there, and he's just a pivotal speaker and truly an honor to have on this call. $1 million earner, the amazing Shane Perry. Shane, we're blessed to have you. Take it away.
All right. All right. Hey, thanks, man. Good to see you guys. How you guys doing? It's great to be here. I really, I'm really wish we can all be together. Obviously, when I got the call from Ian months ago about coming out to Michigan, in January and seeing you guys, I was very excited about it and honored once again to be invited. And it's a bummer that we can't do that, but I'm really glad to be here. And I see over 1,500 people on the call. This is amazing, guys. This is amazing. And I just want to let you guys know that if you haven't realized it yet, you truly are at the right place at the right time. And, I've been here. April will actually be my 31st year in the business. So back then it was a little bit different. I started when I was 6. So, no, I'm just kidding. So April will be my 31st year in the business. And I'd like to say that I've kind of seen it all, when you've been around that long. I've seen great times. I've been seeing slow times. I've seen transitional times. I've seen normal times. I've seen steady times. I've never seen a time like this. And I'm going to talk about that in a little bit. But I can honestly tell you, and this isn't podium talk right now, I can honestly tell you that I've never been as excited about the business as I am right now. And that's saying a lot, to be honest. And again, that's not me trying to pump you up, or that's not podium talk. That's reality, because I have some perspective, I have experience, and I see things, and I'm going to talk about that, because my mission right now, anywhere I go, whether it's talking to my team or you guys or anybody else in the company, my mission is really to get people to truly understand and recognize the moment that they're in right now and be willing to make the necessary changes in their life to take advantage of it and make it work for them. The way I motivate myself, I've always kind of been like this. It might be a little twisted, I don't know, but I always get excited about the possibility of what's to come if I do it, right? If I do this, my life could be here. And I always get excited about that. But ever since I was young, I've always been motivated by the fear of loss. I'm more, as Tony Robbins says, I'm more motivated by the fear of loss than the prospect of gain, if you will. And so I would sit there and go, I remember when I got into the business at 21 years old, and, like everybody else, I'm getting beat up by my family, my friends. I remember I used to deliver beer for a living. That's the only job I've ever had. I delivered beer for a Coors beer distributorship. And I remember I had a girlfriend at the time, and I got her a job at the distributorship, and she ascended up into the ranks in the office. And I remember when I couldn't, then of course, we weren't seeing each other anymore, and she broke up with me on Valentine's Day, right? How bad is that, right? That was awful. Anyway, when I gave my 2 weeks and I left to go full time here, she's the last person I saw, when I walked out the door on my last day. And the last thing I heard when I left that job is she goes, "You're really doing that thing?" And I said, "Yeah." And she goes, "What a joke. You'll be back in a month." That's the last thing I heard from her. So I got beat up by everybody, like everybody else. And I remember when I saw the enormity of this opportunity at a very young age, when I got started here, I remember thinking it didn't excite me about what could be as much as it scared me about, I was 21 years old. I used to think to myself, I'm going to be 30, Lord willing, I'm going to be 30 years old someday, when I'm most likely married with kids. What kind of life do I want for them? And what if I'm 30 years old and I'm driving around and I drive by a Primerica office and see a Primerica sign? For a flicker of an instant, am I going to have this thought of, man, where could I have been if I just would have stayed? And the thought of that scared me into doing this business more than the enticement of going out and making millions of dollars, if that makes sense. I would apply the same thing right now. We are in a moment of time, and I'm going to talk about this. We don't want to be a year, 2, 3, 5, 10 years down the road, look back at this moment and say, man, we were at the right place. We had our moment and I didn't do what I needed to do. And so I'm going to talk about that. As I mentioned, I've been in the business for almost 31 years. I started when I was 21 years old. I was not an overnight success story. I came in, I was fired up. You know what I was? And there's probably a lot of people like this surrounding you in your business. Hopefully you're not one of them, but I showed up to everything. My first 2 years, I showed up to everything. I was a total team player. I was there early. I gave a great presentation. In fact, I'm the one that did like the opportunity segment of the meeting every Tuesday night because I did such a good presentation. I taught the big game, but I didn't work. I didn't execute. I had such a difficult time getting out of my comfort zone that it took me 2 years before I finally saw this, and I was full-time. I made a combined $21,000 my first 2 years in the business. So that was my, overnight success, if you will. Right. And then I remember going to a Palm Springs retreat. Mike Sharp used to do Palm Springs retreats every year down in La Quinta. And this is why I'm such a huge proponent of big events like where you are today. Guys, listen, I know you're not in a venue right now. It would be more exciting if there were 1,500 people under one roof right now, but it's not. You're probably at home. You're probably in your office. You're watching this. Listen to me. You've got such a lineup of incredible speakers. You got Gary Kornegay coming up. Gary and I grew up together. We're in the same hierarchy. We grew up together here in California. You know how good Gary is. Listen, this is a big event today. And one of the reasons I'm such a huge proponent of big events is because my life was changed at a big event. And here's why, because for you to make it, for you to achieve your dreams here, you need to make what I call the decision. And that decision is a decision that only you can make. You're not going to talk about it. You're not going to discuss it. It's you internally. And it's this decision. I'll never leave. I'm not quitting. That's not the decision. The decision is when you get to a point and you realize, like, look, I'm going to do this, period. I'm never going to stop. I'm not going to waste my time. I'm going to do what I have to do to make this work, and I will not stop until it happens. And you cross that line. And that decision is only made at big events. This is a big event. You don't know who's going to say it or when it's going to come or if it's going to come today, where you hear that one thing that makes you internally make that decision. I had gone to Mike Sharp's Palm Springs retreats the 2 previous years. And by the 3rd year, my first 2, remember, I was a team player. I was positive. My first 2 years, I didn't do anything really. I didn't have the money to go to his retreat. I wasn't going to go. And my regional vice president did what a good RVP should do. He said, you're going. That year, I actually slept on the couch in his suite because I couldn't afford a room. And all I remember is that's the year that the earthquakes were happening down there. I remember that Rick Susie was a speaker. I don't remember what he said. I don't know if it was another regional leader in my base shop who dominated and won all the awards. I didn't get any, obviously. And I remember the opening night when Mike gave all his recognition. The guy's name was Bill. Bill got all the awards. And Bill wasn't trying to be mean. He was not like that. But he was sitting right next to me. He had all these awards, and the event ended. And he said, Shane, he goes, would you mind helping me carry my awards to my room? Now, he wasn't trying to be mean. He wasn't, but that affected me. All I know is I left there and I made the decision. And I was driving a 1980 crappy, ugly Mazda truck. Couldn't lock the doors because they would never open again. I mean, this thing was uglier than a mud fence. I was living at home with my parents, 2 years in the business. My dad was barely talking to me because he couldn't believe I left such a great job for this deal and I'm not making any money. And I left that retreat. And the next 18 months, still to this day, is the greatest personal recruiting streak I ever went on. Became a regional vice president at the time, set the company premium record for regional leaders. At the time, I did 71,000 as a regional. Back then, that was actually a lot for regional leaders. Now, they do it all the time. That record held for about 7 years. I moved to Fresno because I wanted to go to a bigger area. Fresno's about 2.5 hours away from where I live right now. I live on the central coast of California. I live in a town called Pismo Beach, right on the ocean. But Fresno's about 2.5 hours inland. And so I moved there. I didn't know anybody, started in a cold market. And I went there because I wanted to do something bigger, you know, and we did. I'm not going to make a big, long story here, but we did. I'm going to talk about some of what we did, then what we're doing right now. But I went to Fresno to build a big business. I didn't go there to have a little boutique shop. I wanted to build something big. And we did. We had $100,000 base shop for about 9 years. And yeah, we set the base shop record. I think we broke 200,000 4 times and 5 times. And we set the base shop record of 342,000. That still stands. And obviously I hope nobody ever breaks it. But we actually held the through first record of 811,000 until Willie Naranjo broke that a few months ago. And that's why I don't like Willie. No, I'm just kidding. But he broke that record, and records are meant to be broken, right? So, but we did some great things. You know, my highest income year was $1,742,000. The most income I've ever made in a month was $232,000. And of course, the most important thing is we created countless financially independent people. And then in 2012, I moved back home. And I want to talk about this, guys, because I want you to know this, because I feel like this is part of my reason in Primerica is to teach people what I'm about to tell you. In 2012, I shut down my base shop, moved back home with the idea of, you know, I've built it. I think I'm going to be done with the base shop, you know, because how many people come into this business going, I want to build it so I can be done. I'm going to build it so I can be done. I want to tell you that is the biggest lie ever perpetuated on the Primerica sales force. This idea of build it so you can be done. Now, it's nice to build it so if you ever needed to be done, you could. But I did that. I shut down my base shop. And I thought, I'm going to golf. I'm going to live. I'm going to do my thing. And I did that for 5 years. And I want to tell you, it was hell. It was awful, because you realize that, you know, just like professional athletes with their sport. Look, if Michael Jordan can get 25, 30 years of his youth back, he would. You know, yeah, oh, well, he's wealthy, blah, blah, blah. But to Michael Jordan, he got wealthy doing something that he loves, that he was great at. Now he can't do it anymore because he's just, you know, too old. Jerry Rice, same thing. They just can't do it. If you succeed at something, because this is more, I mean, Ian will tell you, winning here in Primerica is more like winning in a team sport than it is in business. You know, you don't win here unless you love it. You don't win here unless you're good at it, and you have a passion. And that passion is not sell life insurance and investments. The passion is helping people, building relationships, helping people. All of you that have children out there, you know that you get more of a satisfaction and a fulfillment helping and watching your children achieve than you do, right? Well, the same thing happens in this business. So you build it, you're done. That's what I did. And I was just miserable. I'm home. I mean, I'm literally like binge watching Netflix. You know, I'm golfing by myself, you know, because all my friends work. They all have jobs, right? My kids go to school. And I realized there was an emptiness inside of me going, I love working with people. So in mid 2017, or right early actually 2017, decided that I'm going to get back going. And when I moved back here to the Central Coast of California, there's literally from Ventura all the way north of Salinas. You don't know these areas, I would imagine. Maybe you've heard of Ventura, but the entire Central California, there's nothing here. So we've been expanding and growing and doing new things. And I'm so fired up. We're in such a good position right now. And I just want to tell you, like I said a few minutes ago, I've never in my life in this business been as excited as I am right now. So let me tell you a little bit about why I'm excited and why you should be excited. Okay. As I mentioned a few minutes ago, we have a window open for us right now. Now, I want to say this out there. We got a lot of people on this call. I want to make myself very clear to all of you right now. I'm excited about the moment that we're in, but I'm not excited about why we're here, okay? I'm not excited about COVID. I'm not excited about the pandemic. I live in California. California is awful. It is awful. I mean, everything is shut down, everything. I have so many friends that have been laid off, out of work, business owners losing everything. I just recruited a lady named Jen, who's the owner of the private gym that I go to. And luckily she still keeps that open, but she's getting fined weekly, you know, and I just paid one of her fines as a matter of fact, you know, so she'd stay open, you know, but it is awful out here. The situation we're in is horrible, and I want it to end, and it needs to end. Okay. There's a disclaimer. because I don't want any of you to think for a second that, oh, Shane's like excited about COVID because it helps his business. No, he's not. Look at Amazon. Okay, Amazon already upended the retail industry, as you know, right? In fact, we often call ourselves the Amazon of financial services because of the effect that the disruption we're having on the financial industry. And they haven't seen anything yet, by the way. But Amazon is the one company that was at the right place at the right time when this pandemic hit. Because what happened with the pandemic? People got scared. People stayed home. Unfortunately, small businesses got shut down. People laid off. So on. So you've got this enormous segment of the population that if they didn't already shop online, they are now. And Amazon had their greatest year ever. Jeff Bezos' wealth went through the roof. They were at the right place at the right time. I doubt they're doing cheers and hoping that COVID continues, obviously, but they were at the right place at the right time. And in a world where so many businesses are getting crushed, Amazon exploded. Look where we are, guys. Look at us. I firmly believe that the 44-year history of our company, the 31 years that I've been here, however long you've been here, has been to prepare us for this moment that we're in right now. Because what has COVID caused for us? I don't need to tell you about 2020. You know what 2020 just did. We just had the best year ever. We were up almost in every area, more $100,000 earners, more $1 million earners. It's unbelievable. I mean, 4 new $1 million earners in the last 9 days. 4 new $1 million earners in the last 9 days. This is insane, right? When I became a $1 million earner in 2004, I think I was number 47 or something like that. I mean, it was like 1 or 2 a year. And you were like the hero of the day. Now it's like you get your $1 million earner, enjoy it while you can, because someone else is going to take the limelight in about 3 days, right? I mean, that's how incredible it is. Why is this happening? Where are we? Well, let's talk about this. You know, our market, which used to be the middle class, it's not the middle class anymore because the middle class is disappearing. Our market is anyone who's not rich, anyone who's not wealthy. Our market is the 98%. You got 2% that are wealthy. Everybody else needs us. That's our market. I don't even say middle class anymore. I say, look, in the 98%, that's our market. Our market, for the most part, in the entire existence of our company, our market has had to be knocked over the head with the baseball bat by us when we see them. Like, hey, you need help with your finances. Well, actually, you really do. I know you think you don't, but you do. No, I'm okay. You need an opportunity. Well, no, I'm okay. No, you're not. Guys, I've been shouting from the rooftops for 20 years, since the year 2000, trying to get people to understand that, look, everything you've been taught about money, what to do with it and how you make it, it doesn't work anymore. It doesn't work. It's not that it's wrong. It just doesn't work anymore. Look, people are still living in a post-depression era mentality, when it comes to their money, what they do with it, how they make it. Prior to the Great Depression in the late 20s, early 30s, around 75% of Americans were self-employed because that's what you did. You got out of school, you married your high school sweetheart, you started a business, you hired people, you made money, and you invested your money. So 75% of Americans were self-employed, 25% worked for the 75%. When the stock market crash that started the Great Depression hit, it wasn't the crash that caused the problems, it was a reaction. You know that the market could go down 1,000 points on Monday and you would barely blink. You'd go, oh, market's down. Oh, well, that kind of sucks because you know it's going to come back. You're not going to panic. But back then, it's the first time this happened. The market crashed and it was a reaction. People were trying to sell their stocks and they were taking losses. People rushing the banks to get their money. Banks didn't have the cash. And it just started this snowball effect that led to eventually bread lines, right? And it was a nightmare. Well, when we emerged out of the Depression, here's was the mentality for people. I'm going to get a job. No more business. I'm going to get a job where it's safe. I'm not doing that. And I'm going to put my money in a bank where it's safe because I never want to lose it again. So what happened is it brings us to where we are today. 25% of Americans, if even, are self-employed and they hire the 70 and the 75% work for the 25. Now that's worked fine. It worked fine for your grandparents. maybe for some of your parents, but it's not working for you. Why? Because when 2000 hit, when the year 2000 hit, it was a perfect storm of disaster for American workers. You had three major things that hit. One, technology. Technology really burst onto the scene in the year 2000. That's when all of a sudden people were buying computers and the internet. That's like when it really hit. Technology does a lot of things for a lot of people, but at the end of the day, what I'm talking about, technology replaces jobs, okay? The invention of the microprocessor in 1971 eventually gave birth to the ATM machine. The ATM machine and the proliferation of the ATM machine has caused the jobs of literally tens of thousands of bank tellers across America. That's just one example. The second thing that happened is trade agreements that were not good for our country. Next thing you know, if you're a manufacturer in America, if you want to compete, you have to move those manufacturing jobs out of our country. Otherwise, you're not going to compete. So manufacturing started dropping. And the third thing is all this other effects that have in terms of regulation and laws and things like that made it really squeeze the little guy, right? The business owner. And what you've had in the last 20 years is jobs literally jobs don't pay what they used to. Literally, jobs don't pay what they used to. And I honestly, guys, I do like an hour presentation on this that would blow your mind. I'm not going to do that today, right? So for the last 20 years, we're like, our market has been like, I'm good. No, I'm good. I'm fine. It's like, you're not fine. It's like when someone has cash value life insurance and they say, well, I'm comfortable with it. And it's like, well, obviously you're comfortable with it or you wouldn't own it. But just because you're comfortable with it doesn't mean it's the best thing for you, right? Big difference between something that you're comfortable with versus something that's actually good for you. Well, that's the same thing with people and their jobs versus this opportunity. When the pandemic hit, the vast majority of these people that have never really thought about their money are thinking about their money. People are scared. People are panicked. People are nervous. People are like, because maybe they didn't get their business shut down or maybe they didn't get laid off, but everybody has friends that did. And people are scared. And you've got people around America going, look, I got my TV on my wall. I've got my cell phone. I've got my cars in the driveway. I've got all these conveniences of modern day American living. Yet how is it that I don't even have 1 or 2 months living expenses saved? How is it that the minute this happened, I'm immediately prostituting myself to my mortgage company, my credit card companies, my car loan companies, my student debt companies, trying to get them to delay my payments, and I'm totally at the mercy of the government, hopefully sending me some stimulus check? How's that possible? These are the questions people are asking. And for the first time ever, you've got the 98% realizing that I need to make more money. And not only do I need to make more money, but I need to make it differently. In other words, I need to make more money, but I don't want to get a typical part-time job because that sucks. I'm going to be working set hours, a set schedule for what? Not very much money. And the money I would make is not worth all those hours I'm away from the family. So people have questions, but they don't have answers. They've got all these thoughts spinning in their brains. And for the first time ever, our market is looking for us. Instead of us looking for them, they're looking for us. This has created immense opportunity for us. And I'm telling you right now, guys, we are just now hitting stride because what happened last year? Last year, like every other business in America, we had to adjust. Right? I had never used Zoom. I've heard of it, but never used it as of this time last year. We've known, there's a group of us in the company, the kind of a planning group, if you will. We've known, because we've been talking about this, that Zoom video conferencing is the future of our company because the whole industry is already doing it. Guys, I've got a friend that works for Merrill Lynch in San Francisco, makes a little less than $1 million a year. And a year ago, when I told him when the pandemic hit in March, and I said, we're switching over to Zoom, he laughed at me. Literally. He's like, Shane, we've been doing Zoom for years. And he actually told me, he goes, look, last year, so 2019, said last year, I only met face-to-face with 2 clients. I never see my clients. The whole industry is already here. We've known this is our future. And Zoom, although it takes away a lot of the personal touch, we get that, but So does text messaging. And look, and how many people would rather text than talk now, right? But we've known that the nature of our market, it's going to take us a few years to get there. All of a sudden the pandemic hits and now Zoom's a household name. It's as common as text messaging and social media. I mean, your kids are using it, churches are using it. Anyone that can use Zoom is using Zoom. Everybody's doing Zoom. This has helped us. Okay. Obviously we could see more families easier for clients and growing. I mean, look, I opened my first office here on the coast in a town called Santa Maria. It's about 20 minutes south of me. And my goal, my next market is I want to expand up into Salinas. Now, you don't know of Salinas, I'm sure, but Salinas is 2.5 hours north of me. That's been the market I've been wanting for 3 years. But I'm sure any of you that are RVPs or whatever, you've been around for a while, you know that in order to expand, what do I have to do? I'm not going to move there. I'm not moving to Salinas, but I've got to drive up there. I've got to make the contacts. I'm going to put a lot of miles on my car. I'm going to spend a lot of time up there. And it's going to not only take a lot of my time to do that, but it's going to take away from my time with the team I'm building in Santa Maria. And they're not ready for that yet. They still need my help, right? All of a sudden Zoom hits and I'm like, I could expand. And we have. And I've got a couple personal directs up in Salinas and they're going and they're rolling. And we've got, as I'm sure a lot of you do too, I've got people in Texas. I've got people in Minnesota. I've got people, and one of my superstars in my base shop right now is about to get licensed up in Washington. I mean, look at what we're able to do. And this is how the pandemic is. So the pandemic has enabled us to move our business faster with things like Zoom technology. But the main thing it's done is it's gotten people to wake up. And so guys, look, prospecting now, recruiting now, it's not even prospecting anymore. It's not a prospecting script anymore. It's never been this easy. It's just have a conversation with somebody. Let me tell you something. You've probably never met anybody that is more scared of talking to people and more fearful of rejection than myself, honestly. It's a miracle that I made it in this business. When I moved to Fresno and as a new RVP years ago and didn't know one person in there and started in the cold market, I mean, that's like putting an elevator in an outhouse. I mean, it just makes no sense because you got this guy who's totally afraid to talk to people, especially in a cold market, and has an intense fear of rejection. So for me to do what I've always had to do to win here, it's taken like really digging deep and having to really find the strength and overcome myself to force myself to go prospect and talk to people or whatever, right? Honestly, today, I've never been this comfortable prospecting. I'm talking to more people right now, truthfully, than I ever have because it's easy. It's no longer, hey, Ian, have you ever thought about making extra money? If the money was right, would you? Because it's none of that stuff anymore. It's just like, hey, Ian, how's it going? How you and Jess doing? You guys okay? Just ask them about COVID. How you doing? Because everybody's got a story. How you holding up? Has this affected you? Let them talk. Everybody's got a story. Whether they've been affected or not, they know people that have. And you let them talk and they tell their story because this is on everybody's mind. And then you just let them talk and say, wow, okay, blah, blah, blah. So what's your plan? What's your and Jess's plan? What are you guys thinking? And he might say, well, I'm doing this, Jess is going to go back to school. She's been wanting to go to school anyways. And now that she's laid off, so everyone's got a story. And then you say, hey, have you ever thought about getting a professional license? And they'll always say, what do you mean? And you just say, I always use a real estate example. I say, well, like real estate, for example. One of the reasons real estate has always been such a popular go-to for people, whether it's extra income or a future career change, is because first of all, anyone can get a real estate license. It's not hard. And secondly, when they become a real estate agent, they're an independent contractor. So they can't be fired. They can't be let go. They have no set hours, no minimums or quotas. It's their own business. And when they do actually sell a transaction or sell a property, they make great money. That's one of the reasons real estate's always been, well, our company is the only company in the financial services industry that allows people to get a professional investment license the same as a real estate, independent contractors, so on. So you just talk to them about it. And it's the easiest conversation. It's the easiest prospecting conversation you've ever had. And it's because the time that we're in, you've got an easy conversation to have. How are you guys holding up? How you doing? Has COVID affected you? right? Have a conversation. You just go. And when you have this conversation with somebody, you say, look, I don't know about you, but for most people today, it makes sense that assuming everything I'm saying is true and real, it makes sense that they'd take the next 60 to 90 days, learn a new business, learn a new skill, get a professional license, and at the very least, arm themselves with the ability to create a second income stream or maybe even a career change. When you say that to someone, they'll always say, gosh, you're right. It's never been this easy. I've hired more directs in the last 3 months than I have like in the last 4 years, honest to goodness. This is such an incredible time. And I want to remind you, I'm not rooting for COVID. I want it to go away. But the real essence of what I've been saying for the last 10, 15 minutes right now is, look, for the first time in our 44-year history, our market, which is 98% of the population, is looking for us. They're not walking around going, hey, where's Primerica? It's just they are thinking about the things that we have been trying to get people to think about for years. It's never been this easy, ever, ever, ever. Okay, so what I want to talk about now is, let me take the rest of my talk here and let me give you some points, some tips of what you can do to take advantage of this. What you can do to take advantage of this. First and foremost, guys, let me look you in the eye right now. You got to think big. You've got to think big. If you drive a 1990 Toyota Camry, right? It's old. It doesn't have any power. It probably barely gets you where you need to go, right? And you went and bought a Ferrari. That Ferrari in second gear will go faster than that Camry. Are you only going to put your Ferrari in second gear forever because the only purpose of buying the Ferrari is to go faster than the Camry? Of course not. If you got the Ferrari, you drive the dang thing. You sure as heck are going to take it out of second gear, right? Well, unfortunately, too many people look at this business the same way. Here's what happens to people here's what happens to successful people in this business. Most of us come from average, middle income backgrounds, or lower, we're not rich, right? We've never made any money. Our parents never made any money. We never even really knew anybody that ever made any real money. We come here, we work hard, we become a regional vice president. And when you become a regional vice president, you're like the most overpaid person around. So if you just put a modicum of effort into your RVP position, you're going to make $100,000, $200,000 a year because it's nothing, right? It's so easy to do, which should excite all of you that are not RVPs yet, because you just get to RVP and keep your foot on the gas. It's not anyway. So you start making $100,000, $200,000 a year. And here's what goes on in your mind almost subconsciously. Look at the money I'm making. I never thought I'd make money like this. I don't know anyone that makes money like this. I'm the highest paid person I know. This is awesome. Without even realizing it, you take your foot off the gas and you coast. You can't do that. Just like you would never buy a Ferrari and never take it out of second gear because I'm going faster than my Camry, right? I want to encourage all of you to think big. Think big, because look, if you could build a team that does 10 by 10, then you could build a team that does 100 by 100. There's no extra effort. It's just keep your foot on the gas. What you did to get to 10 by 10, just keep doing it. That's all. That's all. I want to encourage you guys to get big. As I mentioned earlier, when I went to Fresno is probably considered one of the worst, ugliest towns in California, right? I mean, honestly, Fresno, there's a phrase that they use to describe Fresno. And they say, if God was going to give the earth an enema, he'd put it in Fresno. It's ugly. It's nasty. In other words, I was born and raised here on the Central Coast, which is probably one of the most desirable areas in California. People don't move from the Central Coast to Fresno. They just don't do it. When summer's here, I can't even go downtown to Pismo Beach because it is inundated with Fresno people because they escape the heat to come to the coast on the weekend. So when I moved to Fresno, people were like, what are you going to Fresno for? Well, I went for the market. And my attitude was, look, I came to play. I'm not leaving the beautiful coast of California to go to Fresno to be some $100,000, $200,000 RVP. I could do that here. And I had to focus on getting big. And I just want to encourage you, once you get big, you realize it wasn't that hard. Here's the problem. Everybody thinks becoming an RVP and building a $100,000 base shop is some really, really big deal, because very few people ever build a $100,000 base shop. We have more doing it now than we ever have, but very few people build a $100,000 base shop. So everyone else thinks, wow, it must be really hard. No, it's not hard. Well, then how come more people don't have a $100,000 base shop? Because everyone settles, like I was talking about, they settled, right? I'm going to say it again. If you can build a $10,000 base shop, you can build a $100,000 base shop. If you could become an RVP, you can promote RVPs. And if you can become an RVP, you can become an SNSD. It's not a matter of doing anything extra. It's just a matter of keeping your foot on the gas. So what the first thing you want to do is you need to get wide. You know, Ian, one of the things, and I'm sure Ian would agree with me, and I know Gary would. And when we were growing up in the business, especially here on the West Coast, there was one common theme that was always talked about, and you never hear that talked about anymore. And that is the number 25. You got to get 25 wide, get 25 wide. The magic, it was always talked about 25 wide, 25 wide. You got to get 25 wide. It was always width. And there was a number. It's like, you got to get 25 wide. And we don't hear that talked about anymore. You know, because if you're a builder, you've already done this before, right? You know how easy it is to have one good solid leg. And next thing you know, right, you're riding that leg. We've all done it. You can't let yourself do that. You got to get wide. People that still ask me about the big base shop that I had. Again, we averaged like 108,000 for 9 years. They're like, how'd you do it? How'd you do it? How'd you do it? What'd you have? And they always want this magic. Like, you must have had a great presentation. What was your op night? That wasn't it, man. First of all, I was always, during that time, I was always between like 24, 25 to like 34 wide. You know, the biggest years, I was about 30 wide. And these are 30 directs that showed up every Tuesday night, worked and produced, not 30 directs and they were phantom that they're licensed a direct, but I haven't seen them in 2 years. So I got wide, and no one wants to hear that. They want to know that there was some magic sauce that you used or something. No, I did the work and got wide. Okay. And we drove attendance. We drove meeting attendance. You know, we had, you know, the record setting year, I averaged over 260 people a week at my meeting in my base shop every Tuesday night. Right. So you got to get wide. And I want to give you kind of a secret that I've always done, and I'm doing right now. And that is, you want to build $10,000 legs. Okay. You want to become a $10,000 leg first. That's a team that does $10,000 a month in premium. And you want to build $10,000 legs, because there's something magical about that. When you have a team, and a lot of you are this, and a lot of you have done this. You have a team. It doesn't matter if they're a district, division, regional, or RVP. But all of a sudden they start doing $10,000 a month in premium. That's the first time that your business will start to take on a life of its own. Until you're a built $10,000 leg, you really are the straw that stirs the drink. You are the catalyst. You're carrying the emotional load. You know that if you don't go do what you need to do this month, they're not going to do what they need to do this month. It's all you. When you become a truly built $10,000 leg, that's the first time in your career that you're going to have a business that has a life of its own. It's not all you. Doesn't mean you can stop, but it means that now the team has taken on their own, and they're going, and it's starting to feed on itself, it's starting to feed itself, right? And so what I did back then is I got wide and I built $10,000 legs. And my attitude is, all these people doing these big base shop numbers, if they can do it, I can do it. And you should feel the same way. Okay. There's not a person in this company that's better than you. There's not a person in this company that's doing anything that you can't do. Why? Because this is not a professional sport. I can't hit 100-mile-an-hour fastball 450 feet. I never have been able to do that. I never will be able to do that. Ian Pruckner cannot hit a 90-mile-an-hour fastball 450 feet. I don't even need to ask him. I know we can't do that. There are people that can do that, and they make about $15 million a year in the Major League Baseball. Okay, that is a God-given gift. That is a talent that I don't possess, that Ian and I don't possess. So we buy tickets and go watch people that do stuff like that, right? Primerica is not like that. There's nothing that I've done or I'm doing or that Ian has done, that he's done, that Gary Kornegay has done or that he's doing that you can't do. Because this is a learned skill and an internal discipline issue. It's not a God-given talent issue. So I recognized that early on, and I would watch these people going, I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that. I know they're not better than me. I know if they can do it, I can do it. Guys, so getting wide, building your meeting attendance, which right now I understand for most of you is probably on Zoom, doesn't matter. Getting wide, building $10,000 legs, driving your meeting attendance, and selling the vision to your people. You've got to sell the vision. Why your vision cannot be, we want to build a $100,000 base shop because I want to be the next hero in Primerica and I want to beat Mario. That's not a vision for your team. I used to always tell my team, look, if we do this, if we build this $100,000 base shop, this is what's going to happen. How many of you want to be an RVP? And everyone in my business would raise their hand, right? Go, look, if we stay at 10, 25, $30,000 base shop, we're going to promote 1, maybe 2 RVPs a year. So where does your dream fit in? We build a $100,000 base shop. We're promoting 1 or 2 RVPs every quarter. It's in all our best interest. Not only that, but you guys are going to be born and raised in a $100,000 base shop. You're going to know what big looks like. When you become RVPs, you've got the template. You lived it. You were a part of it, and you're going to get there so much faster. And you're just selling this vision to your team of why it's big. And people would always say, well, how can I talk about building a $100,000 base shop? We're not even doing 10,000 yet. Well, so, I mean, yeah, you never do anything until you do it. But if you can't say it, I promise you, you're never going to do it. Right. So let me get at some point. So what do you need to do to take advantage of this time that we're in right now? Because that's really my focus. One, what I just said, you got to think big. You got to think big. Okay. First, and besides that, next thing, recognize the moment that we're in. As I talked about earlier, recognize where we are. This is a moment in time, guys. Make whatever necessary changes you need to make to take advantage of this moment, because you don't want to miss it. This pandemic's not going to be around forever. It's not. You don't want to be a year, 2, 5, 10 years down the road, looking back at this moment and thinking, I was there, I had the opportunity, and I didn't do what I needed to do, right? Life comes down to a few moments, okay, where you can make big moves, and this is one of them. One thing that I'm telling my team, I'm telling everyone I talk to is, look, I don't care if you're part-time, I don't care if your dream is extra income or you want to be the next Kornegay. I don't care, or anything in between. It doesn't matter why you're here. Right now, at least for the next 90 days, but this year, you need to make Primerica a priority. You need to prioritize it. This is not the time to treat this business like a hobby. You could treat it like a hobby, like a job, like a business owner, or you could treat it the way a pro athlete treats their sport. For at least these first 90 days, treat this business the way a pro athlete treats their sport. How do they treat their sport? Do you think basketball is just something LeBron James does? Or do you think basketball is who he is? Well, Shane, what are you saying? Basketball is more important than his family? No, you fool. Of course, that's not what I'm saying. But LeBron James became who he is. Tom Brady became who he is. Yeah, he's got gifts, he's got talents, but you know how you think those guys playing football on Sunday are the best football players in America? They're not. There are people that are way better than them that are not on the field that had more talent and more God-given gifts than them, but they didn't have it up here and they blew themselves up. Okay. Or they took football for granted and they treated it like a hobby, versus guys like James and guys like Brady and all these people. They made their sport who they are. Football is not something that Tom Brady does. It's who he is. Primerica is not something that Ian and Jessica Pruckner do. It's who they are. And you guys know them better than I do. You know that their faith, their family, that's way more important than this business. You know that, right? So I'm not saying it's more important than things like that. But I'm saying is they live this business, and that's what a pro athlete does, a sport. I'm telling you, for at least the first 90 days of this year, you have to do that. And when I say make the necessary adjustments, recognize the moment, make the necessary adjustments in your life to take advantage. So what could those adjustments be? I personally think you should really open yourself up to an honest introspection of the changes you need to make. Are you good with people? Right? Have you learned how to be willing to lose the battle to win the war? Do your people know that you love them? Do they know that? Well, yeah, I tell them, but do they know that you love them? How much effort are you really putting into this? I'm talking about things like schedule, priorities, habits, attitude, leadership skills, which includes treating people, whatever adjustments you need to make, right? Because we're going into a new year, and we're going into this new year at a time that our company's never seen before, as I've been talking about for the last 44 minutes. You don't want to be that example. You don't want to live the definition of insanity this year. In other words, you don't want to live your life doing the same thing you've been doing, but expecting different results. You've got to be willing to change. So next point, recognize who the real enemy is here. Who's the real enemy? What's the real thing keeping people like you and I from achieving the success in this business and in life we want to live? I'm telling you, it's two things. It's the comfort zone and it's the disruption factor. Now, everyone's heard talks on the comfort zone, so I'm not going to get into that really, because you know that the comfort zone is the big enemy that keeps people from achieving their dreams, because that comfort zone is sitting there going, come on back. Yeah, that's uncomfortable. You know, you're good. You know, you see people all the time. They come in the business going, oh my God, you're an answer to prayer. I'm so excited. You know, I'm not just a 10, I'm a 12. What do I need to do? And then when they realize that this requires work, effort, change, commitment, all of a sudden they slip into justification mode. When they joined the business, they were like, I hate my job. I hate everybody I work with. I need to make more money. I want my wife to be home with the kids, blah, blah, blah. And then within a few months, they're like, well, you know, my job's not that bad. You know, a lot of people would love to have my job. There's a lot of people that don't even have jobs right now. I'm just grateful that I have a job. It's like, oh my gosh, that comfort zone has snagged you and brought you back in, right? But the big thing is the disruption factor. And this is something that people don't talk about a lot. And I talk about all the time. It's not the comfort zone so much that gets people. It's the disruption that they're not prepared for. People like Assad, people like Gary, people like Ian, people like Chris, people like myself, and all those that have achieved high levels of success here, is that we've learned how to win, you know? So at this point, anything in life that we decide to commit to, we do well at, we execute it, because we've learned how to win. Because people like us, what we've learned to do is we know that anytime we want to change our life, disruption is going to come, right? How many people right now, the first part of the year, how many people in America, like they do every year, made the commitment, I'm going to lose weight and exercise. I'm going to lose weight and exercise, lose weight and exercise. I'm going to join a gym. Well, maybe not now, gyms are open, but I'm going to do this. And why do they all stop? Because they all want to lose weight. They all want to get fit. But why is it that none of them do? Because they're not prepared for the disruption that comes with something like that. Just like people aren't prepared when it comes to something like joining this business, or where you are right now and you want to take your business to the next level. When you decide to get fit, and you've got to make change. You can't eat the things you used to eat. You need to eat things that maybe you've never eaten before. You need to eat at different times. You need to carve out time during your day to go exercise and do that. And that's hard. You got to change your schedule. And the biggest problem of the biggest disruption is that you're looking at a significant period of time, like a couple months, of all this pain and sore. And you're so sore when you start, you can't even brush your teeth, right? All this pain and disruption before you even see an ounce of success. And that right there is why people stop. You need to recognize and talk to your people about this. Talk to them about the disruption factor, where not only are you prepared for the disruption, because you're going to start this business, and you got, at least in California, you're looking at 3 months before you even get a license, right? And from zero, just getting started, to division leader, that's when you're going to get about 90% of your gut punches, right? Because you're learning new things. It's disruptive. As long as you prepare yourself for and welcome the disruption. I always play a game with this, right? I'm on a fitness plan. I've been about a year and a half, because I did that 10 years of like, oh, I got to work out. Well, finally I did. I feel great. But to me, it's been a game, because I actually had a day this week, where it's like, I'm busy. I really don't feel like going to the gym today. I just, you know, and and the thought hit me, because we've learned how to win. Of this is when most people wouldn't go, so I'm going to. When most people are like, I wouldn't do Primerica today because I'm so busy and my kid's sick, this is when I'm going to, and this is how I'm going to win, right? You make a game out of the disruption. So comfort zone and disruption. Get excited about the disruption. Talk to your people. Next point, get excited about the crusade, guys. Ian, I want to tell you right now, I don't know if there's ever been a time, truthfully, buddy, that I've ever been as much of a crusader as I am right now. Now, we all love a crusade, but how do we really live the crusade with our clients? I'm talking about what we do for people. Now more than ever, people need financial education. They need financial education. They need a financial plan. I'm preaching to the choir here. The 3 reasons people fail financially: they have no written plan. They have no financial coach. They do business with companies that don't benefit by them becoming independent of them. People don't just want life insurance and an investment anymore. They need a plan. I mean, honestly, I've made a hero out of the budget page of the FNA. You don't need to do the FNA. Just print out the budget page and give it and talk about your clients. Because the first step of any financial plan is getting control of your spending. And what do you have? People aren't walking around in America going, I need life insurance. They're not. I mean, they recognize it now more than ever. But what they are saying is, I need to get control of my money. Where's my money going? The budget page alone, if you just spend time on that and teach people, we ask people, hey, a dual income household, could you guys save $10,000 a year? They're probably going to say, no. Well, $10,000 a year is only $27 a day. Now, granted, not everybody can set aside $27 a day, but when we ask most people certain questions, like, for example, do you brew your own coffee or do you stop at Starbucks? And if you stop at Starbucks, how much do you spend? How often do you go on average? When you go to work every day, do you make a lunch and take it with you, or do you order out? And if you do order out, how often do you do it? How much do you spend? And as we talk to people, especially dual income households, about this, man, all of a sudden you can see the wheels spinning. You can, in their head, going, oh my gosh, we might blow $27 a day. So for a lot of our families to get on track, a lot of our clients to get on track financially, a lot of them, it's not so much as a money problem. It's a knowing what to do with your money, controlling your money problem. So budget adds value, man. Just get excited about the crusade. The crusade is not just life insurance and mutual funds. It's teaching people who have been ignored by everybody else in this industry that can help them, teaching them the things that are going on in their head right now, teaching them how to control their money, how to budget, how to eliminate debt, how to create an emergency fund, teach them. People want financial education more than ever. Get excited about that. Next point, guys, is look, let me give you something tangible here. I'm a big believer in 90-day cycles. Big believer in 90-day cycles. I'm going to tell you right now, the vast majority of people in Primerica, and I mean the vast majority of people in Primerica, have never once put together one real, honest to goodness 90-day cycle. What is a real 90-day cycle? For most people, a 90-day cycle is look at your normal personal activity in a month. Recruiting, sales, prospecting, phone calls, appointments. The activity you do in a typical month, start doing that in a week. Now, you got the people that write a ton of business. Maybe for them it doesn't apply, but for most of us it does. If you think of your normal personal activity that you do in a month, and you say, if I tried doing that in a week, would you agree, most of you, that you'd be working, right? Yeah. Would a lot of you agree that maybe for the first time you'd be working, right? I don't know. And you do that for 90 days. Mike Sharp is the one that taught me this years ago. I'm direct to Mike. And Mike said, Shane, he drew this on a piece of paper. He said, Shane, this is not what you want your business to look like. It's good if it's your heartbeat, but it's not good if it's your business. He said, you don't want your business to do this, because if it does this, it will eventually do this. And you guys know that. He goes, you want your business to do this. He goes, you want it to go like this, up, this, up, this, up. And every one of these ups is 90 days. He said, you should move your business every 90 days. You might not explode your business every 90 days, but you want to move it forward every 90 days. Where in 90 days, you look back going, hey, I'm not where I want to be, but I'm not where I used to be. In fact, that mentality right there, guys, is something you should help get you through every aspect of your life. Okay. I think this year for people like us is the year, this is the moment that we need to try to achieve excellence in every aspect of our lives: spiritual, relational, physical, and business. And you should embark on journeys pursuing excellence. You should get on a fitness plan. You should get control of your finances. You should get stronger in your faith, stronger in your relationships, and stronger in this business. And as you embark on these things and you welcome that disruption, because there's going to be a lot of it in every area, as you're plowing through it, you should have this one thought in mind. I'm not where I want to be, but thank goodness I'm not where I used to be. And that keeps you going. Every 90 days, move your business. And this is probably the biggest point that I can make to you right now. When I moved to Fresno, I took from 1996 to halfway of 1998, 2.5 years, 10 possible 90-day cycles. I can look you in the eye honestly and tell you I put together an honest to goodness 7 real 90-day cycles out of 10, where those 90-day cycles, I was treating this business like a pro athlete treats their sport. I was all in. I was working my butt off. I was so uncomfortable. I was killing myself. And that was, 96 to 98, a long time ago. Today, at this moment, almost 90% of my income is passive, and it comes from what I did back then. My best RVP is a guy named Lenny Puente. He'll be an NSD this year. He was a replacement to Alvin Rutherford. Alvin Rutherford was recruited by Paul Cheney. Paul Cheney was recruited by Mohammad Rezvani. Mohammad Rezvani walked into my office in 1997 trying to sell me long distance, and I chased him in the parking lot and hired him. That's when it started. And today I've got Alvin, Lenny. They're two of my superstars, right? Put together a real 90-day cycle, guys. There's never been a better time ever for you to take these first 90 days right now in the moment that we're in and go get this thing done. And the last thing I would tell you in the few minutes I have left, I know you hear everyone talks about, be a dreamer, have goals. I'm a big believer in cultivating your goals and dreams. I'm a big believer that you need to write them down. You need to surround what is cultivating your dreams. Well, it used to be in my day, I have a dream car, go to a dealership and play the part and try to get, and leave with the brochure. So I have pictures of the car. Now you just go online, whatever you want. If I walked you, I'm home right now. If I walked you into my bathroom, I'm not gonna, but if I walked you into my bathroom and showed you my bathroom mirror, it is littered with pictures, images, things that I've printed and laminated all over my mirror that I look at every day, reminding me of what I want to do. Because you've got to surround yourself with your why. It's not enough just to have a why. You've got to surround yourself with it. Why? Because life is tough. This business is tough. This is a tough time in America. It's so easy to go out there, get your butt kicked in a day, and start having like these thoughts that you shouldn't have, self-doubt and self-criticism and things like that. And if you don't physically see your why, it could be your kids, it could be whatever it is. Because that's the stuff that's going to keep you going. That's the stuff that's going to remind you why you're here. And then you fuel that with that thought that I just talked about of, hey, I'm working hard. I didn't have a good day today, whatever. Hey, I'm not where I want to be, but thank goodness I'm not where I used to be. I remind myself of that like in the gym at least once a week. Hey, I'm not where I want to be, but thank goodness I'm not where you. When I have those moments going, am I even seeing anything? I mean, I'm working my butt off and I'm not seeing a whole. When I have those moments, I just say, hey, you know what? Not where I want to be, but man, I'm not where I used to be, right? You need to do the same. You need to cultivate your dreams so you're surrounded by them. You need to embark on a 90-day cycle. You need to remind yourself that I'm not where I want to be, but thank goodness I'm not where I used to be. So have an attitude of gratitude. You need to immerse yourself into the crusade and get all about the crusade. By the way, when you talk about the crusade, what is our best product? Our best product is our opportunity. You can give them a budget page. You can get them on a mutual fund, but you show them how to make an extra $1,000, $2,000 a month part-time. You're changing their life now. You do all these things, guys, and you recognize the moment we're in. You make whatever necessary changes you need to make, take advantage of it, guys. I promise you, you will look back at this moment we're in right now because there's never been a time like it. And you'll say, I was there and I did what I needed to do. So guys, I want to thank you for having me. I love you guys. Jess and And Ian, man, you guys, I love you guys. Thank you so much. I hope I helped you guys a little bit this morning. I just saw Chris Koob jumped on. Chris, I want to say hi to you. I love your talk at the senior leadership meeting. Always been one of my heroes. And thanks for having me, guys. I love you. I'm going to turn it back to you.
Shane Perry, absolutely unbelievable, man. We can't thank you enough for your time, guys. Shane does not override any of us. I know he wants to. He wants to override Assad and take it over. But, man, we are so blessed and fortunate to have you during this time. And you're absolutely right. Unbelievable speakers coming up, guys. We've got the great Chris Koob, Gary Kornegay, Ian Bruckner still to come. I mean, which is going to be boom, boom, boom. But first and foremost, we got to get in to some incredible recognition. So get ready to party with me. And we've got some of the greatest recognition right now. It's people that went out and fought big and did some big things this year. So I want to congratulate these amazing new regional vice presidents starting their brokerage out, doing big things. Devin Murray, congratulations on regional vice president. You are stud of studs. Next up, let's congratulate Andrea Holland on regional vice president. You did it. Congratulations. And look, out of Wyoming, Sean and Arliss Wilkinson, regional vice presidents. Congratulations, rock stars. And the great Ovi and Honey Negru, you, man, congratulations on regional vice president, starting out big, doing big, and the amazing Monet Harris out of the Relentless organization. Fantastic job getting it done. Newest regional vice president Spencer and Cindy Spar out of the Josh Christian and Sarah Christian hierarchy. Congratulations, great job. And guys, we've got new senior vice president out of Wyoming, the great Bonnie and Ivan Jardee. Congratulations, rock stars. Next up, we've got income milestones because like Shane talked about, putting on the rings and the diamonds and the milestones, new 50,000 power builder watch earners, Pilar and Melo Landa. Congratulations. We've got the great Brenda Alfaro out of Oklahoma, $50,000 earner. But this is where the big dogs play, putting a ring on it, $100,000 earner. Congratulations, Tara Green and Talia Anderson and Sharon Chapman and Brian Matthews, $100,000 earners. And guys, we're not stopping there. Just clicked over the other day. Congratulations, Sarah Fallett and Jamie Burnham, $100,000 earners. Now let's move on to the big dogs, $200,000. Congratulations, Bob and Linda Klozowitz. They're doing amazing things. Second diamond, $200,000 and $400,000 earners in a 12-month rolling period. Congratulations to the amazing John and Brittany Cooper. But that's not all. You're going to hear from them next. $2.3 million earner, the great Chris and Elizabeth Koob. Man, leaders of leaders. And we want to send a big congratulations for a hard-fought Circle of Champions, Team Relentless, Ian and Jessica Bruckner. Congratulations on knocking out Circle of Champions, one of the highest honors in Primerica, legends of legends. Guys, it's such an honor and a privilege to come to you and to introduce to you 2.3, we just said it, but on his way, clicking over 2.4 million, senior national sales director, just an amazing leader and a hero in all of Primerica. Get your notes ready. I absolutely have pages of notes every time he speaks. The incredible Chris and Elizabeth Koob. Chris, take it away.
All right, thank you. Wow, what a morning so far. This is awesome. Very, very proud of everybody. Congratulations. Congratulations to the Bruckners. Wow, Circle of Champions. That is the highest honor. So a great job, you guys. Hey, I just want to shout out my time together that we get to share with each other. It's obviously 2021 and everybody's kind of alluded to, it's a new day and it's we got to go make it happen. But I just want to make sure we're clear with each other. Okay. Everybody wants a better life. Okay, I mean, everybody wants some change. Okay, I mean, outside of Primerica, probably the majority of the people said, hey, I'm going to do something different in 2021. You know, I'm going to make some changes. I'm going to lose some COVID weight. I'm going to do whatever. Okay. And then, you know, it's a week later, 2 weeks later, or whatever, probably it's, you know, it's January 9th right now. Probably a bunch of them have already reneged on their resolution. Okay. Okay. What you've got to decide is what's going to be different. And I'm going to challenge you. You know, I got it. Okay. You want these things. Okay. Unless your calendar changed, you didn't change. Okay. Let's not con ourselves. Okay. Unless you changed your calendar, nothing's going to change. Let me look at your calendar. Okay. How much time on a daily basis do you have for the things you're going to change? For your priorities. Okay. I hope you've got on your daily calendar your priorities for your family. You got time with your God. Okay. But on your daily calendar, where's the prospecting? Every single day. Okay. I don't care if it's 15 minutes. You spend 15 minutes a day. If you're part-time, you're probably spending more than most people in Primerica. Okay. But I'll know by your calendar whether you're serious. You might even, I might even suggest to you that you have somebody hold you accountable to that calendar. Okay, maybe give somebody permission to hold you accountable. Discipline of schedule is the stuff. We can talk. I'll take somebody that has zero skills, but can discipline their calendar over the most talented human being on the planet. Because the person that does, you know, talent on ice, talent distracted is like as common as anything out there, and it accomplishes nothing. But you give me somebody that's tenacious. You give me somebody that's going to stick to the just, you know, you can see it in their veins. Okay, they want it, and they're going to make it happen, and they're going to discipline their calendar. We can build an empire with that person. Okay. This business is the most predictable business on the planet. There's no guessing here. This is not a lottery. Okay. It's the most predictable business on the planet. You go get one. I'm gonna maybe direct this a little bit more toward full-timers, but I know, you know, we got a vast majority of that are part-time. Just ratchet it down to whatever level you can kind of put in play. Okay. But I know the one thing, if you go get one direct recruit a week, okay, if you stink, you're going to build an empire here. I was just talking to Willie yesterday. For those of you who don't know, Willie and Lorena grew their income by 1.4 million is what he said. He grew his income by 1.4 million in 2020. Okay. I mean, you know, there was a day not too long ago where if you grew your income by 200,000 in Primerica in a year, you were the rock star of rock stars, you know, maybe 10 years ago. Now, if you don't grow your income by 400 grand or more, like you don't even get on the stage. This couple grew their income by 1.4 million in 2021. And we were talking, and you know what he attributes it to? He attributes it to 10 years, not this last 10 years, but the 10 years of his first start, the 10 years where he recruited one a week for 10 years. And of course, now he makes, I don't know, 3.1 million or something like that, probably be over 4 million in 2022 or 2021. Okay. Now, I'm not suggesting that all of you are going to want to do that. But here's the person that's probably growing the fastest in our company right now of anybody. Okay. The highest, the biggest, et cetera. And he's attributing all that to getting one direct a week. Now, the negative to social media and you know, videos and all that is you watch some video of somebody that's having success and you try to find the easy way, the quick way, the fast way. There isn't. I guarantee you, if I go talk to Shane Perry, if I go talk to the Kornegays, the great Kornegay family, if I go talk to they all for a period of time got 3 or 4 directs a month and field train them.
You've got to make a decision whether you're going to be that person or not. Okay. And if you are, then we can make some things happen. So I wanted to share this with you. Okay. And probably most of you have seen this, but just so you understand what we're talking about, I don't know how we got this lucky, but where we find ourselves is just unbelievable. Okay. Look at this. If you're an insurance salesperson in the United States today, U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics says that you make $67,000. Okay, and you could do that in Primerica. You go out there and sell in Primerica, sell insurance, and make, you know, I don't know, 67,000, maybe more, maybe less. This is the average. But one of the magics of Primerica is that's not all we do. Okay, if you sold securities in the United States, if you're a financial services salesperson, okay, or you could say advisor or whatever, your average income is $93,000. If you're a loan officer, okay, your average income is $76,000. Now look at this, okay? You're talking about if you're just average, if you come to Primerica and you're just average, by the way, if you're a loan officer anywhere else, you're not going to do investment advising and you're not going to do insurance, okay? If you're an investment advisor somewhere else, you're not going to do loans. This is the only place on the planet. This is the best place, best products, and the only place on the planet that you can do it all. If you're average, you make $246,000 a year. I mean, that boggles my brain. Okay, somebody that didn't recruit anybody. I'm not looking for, I'm not encouraging you to do this. I'm just saying, if you recruit no one, you just got a few clients every single month that did some insurance with you, did some investments through, did loans through you. Okay, that's $246,000 a year. If you stink, okay, you could make 150 grand by barely waking up every morning. That's the business we're in. Okay, now, like I said, that's not the goal. My goal I want for you. I want you to go build something, but you understand the magic we're talking about. So I was talking on the senior leadership meeting yesterday, and thank you, Shane, for your kind words. You've always been a hero of Elizabeth and I's as well. We learned, I don't know if he remembers, we flew out to Shane's place, Jiminy Christmas, I don't even know how long ago. We flew out just to learn from him. And the stuff we got from that experience has been instrumental in our business. So thank you, Shane. I was talking on the leadership meeting here yesterday. And of course, Primerica is accelerating the mortgage rollout. I know in Michigan, or I think in Michigan, you have mortgages as well. And the company leadership is saying, please listen to me. The company leadership is saying that mortgages will be a significant part of our field compensation. A significant part of our field compensation. They're saying as much as 30%. I also talked to Glenn a couple of days ago, and he was talking about they've got some other products that they're going to be rolling out over the next couple of years that also will be significant in our income. So I'm talking about field compensation. I think it was like 980 million or 970 million in 2020. They're talking about these additional products, mortgages and these other two products, adding significant income to the field compensation. Okay, so we're not talking about 20 million, 30 million or whatever, okay? There's gonna come a day, I'm predicting this is not what Glenn said, but I'm predicting there's gonna come a day that Primerica is gonna pay us, the field, 1.5 billion to 2 billion. And it's going to come from multiple different product lines, okay? We're not talking about multiple product lines that don't pay significantly. We're talking about multiple product lines that pay us significantly. Hundreds of millions of dollars from product lines we don't even do right now. How much of that are you going to get? How much of that are you going to leave on the table? We're going to talk at the end of this, okay, about what you need to do to make sure you don't leave anything on the table. But let me just make a comparison. McDonald's in 1972 started selling breakfast. Up to that point, all they did was lunch and dinner, okay? So you appreciate as a business owner, as a franchise owner for McDonald's, it was somewhat of a distraction when they started adding breakfast. It wasn't like it was instant, mega profits and so on, okay? They probably didn't make a lot of profit early on. And you had to increase your equipment, you had to increase your personnel, you had to learn new food items, it was just, probably was a big challenge initially. What if I had been a McDonald's franchise owner in 1972 when they came out with breakfast and said, I'm going to take a pass on this one? Okay. That just looks like a lot of work. How would I look today? Fast forward today. I'm that franchise owner in 1972 that said, I'm going to pass. Fast forward today. How would I look if I was the guy that decided not to do breakfast? Okay. I mean, not only did they expand it to, all day breakfast. Okay. It's a major part of the income stream for a McDonald's. And I passed. How much money would I left on the table if I had done that over the last 40, 50 years? Even more importantly, how much less is my franchise worth because we don't do breakfast? It doesn't matter if the franchise owner likes breakfast or not. Okay. It doesn't matter if they don't even wake up till 10 o'clock in the morning. They better be maximizing the opportunity they have from their business. They can hire somebody to do that stuff, but they've got to do it. So here's what I'm going to suggest to all of you. Okay. As kind of a game plan to maximize your income. You do not want to leave money on the table. If you're listening to me and you don't have a life license, you better go get a life license tomorrow. Okay. You got to make that happen. Okay. That's a stream of income for your family that you can't leave on the side. If you're listening, you don't have a securities license. What are you thinking? Okay. What, your family already has too much money? You don't need that stream of income. Okay. If you're in the business, if you want to be a field trainer and you have the capabilities to get a mortgage license, I'm going to recommend you go get a mortgage license. How much money do you want to leave on the table that your family doesn't get? So here's my 3 suggestions. I want to make sure I'm respectful of my time. Okay. Here's my 3 suggestions. Okay. Or 3 things to focus on. Number 1, you better be a maniac when it comes to personal recruiting and field training. I will tell you that most of our assets under management, Elizabeth and I, our team has over $2.2 billion of assets under management. Our vice presidents make fortunes in residual income from assets under management. Most of that came, 90% plus came from us opening up an account on every single client. Every single person we come across, we open up an account, okay? That way they see us as an investment person, as well as a life insurance person, as well as a mortgage person. Okay. And that way, when they're out talking to their friends, they're out talking to relatives or whatever, their investment guy, okay, they come across somebody that's retiring. Oh, you need to talk to my investment guy. They might be only investing $25 a month with us. Okay. But we're their investment guy. They're at work. Somebody has an old 401k from a previous job, whatever. Okay. That's how you accumulate $2.2 billion worth of assets under management and have income of $700,000 of residual income. Okay. Number 2, okay, you've got to focus on licensing. You got to get your whole team licensed, not just life insurance. Okay. The people that are going to be field training, get them licensed and everything. And then 3, you've got to have some kind of system where every single person you meet with, you're collecting financial data. Okay. Unless you ask the questions, you're not going to get the answers. You're not going to learn where I can't tell you how many people that told me, hey, I don't have any money. And then you start asking questions. They got a little money here. They got a little money here. And it adds up to $10, $20, $30,000. Okay. Just by asking you got to have some system where everybody you meet with, you're collecting financial data, and do with it what you want. Okay. Let me finish this PowerPoint just in our time together. Okay. I believe with everything in me that all of us have a definition of quality of life. And I hope it has something to do with family, and has something to do with God, and has something to do with those things that I think are way more important than money. Okay. But if you're going to have a significant life with those priorities, there's 2 things you just got to have. Okay. Every study said it. Okay. I mean, don't listen to that BS, the people that don't have money that tell you that money doesn't buy happiness. Okay. I get what they're saying, but they don't have a clue. More time and more money. People have always told me, makes life better. And it's been my experience. It makes life better. Okay. So let me just give you how crazy our opportunity has become. Okay. Maybe I'll take off that basketball. Okay. When I came here, okay, I got 1 minute. When I came here, a VP that had 50 clients being helped in their office would make $100,000 a year. Look at this. This is 10 by 10, 2 15 securities and 2 mortgages. That's 150,000 a year. And that's basically 10 KTs a week happening in my business. Okay. I mean, you could do all of them yourself. You could do half of them and somebody else could have them. I mean, that's crazy. Okay. But here's the 2 things I want you to focus on. Okay. You run a business right now today that's just, 25 by 20,000. Maybe you're helping 24, 25 clients a month in your business. Okay. And doing the normal securities, mortgages, and whatever. That's $25,000 a month. 25. That's half of what our company used to pay 100,000. Now they're paying 300,000. You do that for a period of time, and here's what your life could look like. You could promote VPs that you're making $21,000 a month from. And you could have residual income from your assets from management that you're making $21,000 a month. So you could have a $500,000 a year income, whether you even get out of bed, whether you're even in your home, whether you're even in your city, whether you're even in the country. That's $500,000 a month, $42,000. I don't know about most of you, but I think, the overwhelming majority of the population, if they had $42,000 a month coming in, whether they got out of bed or not, it wouldn't be hard to have a quality of life. I appreciate all you guys. Okay. Have a great meeting.
Chris Koob does it again. The mic drop every single time, man. We love hearing from you. I got tons of notes. I saw the little asterisk of 2 additional products coming very soon. Can't wait to find out more. We thank you. We value your time. Guys, I want to send out and apologize and take responsibility on some recognition. I would like to give some very special announcements to those that I missed on recognition. With the $50,000 watch, Andrew and Tabitha Norton, congratulations on 50K. We got $100,000 earners, TJ and Taylor Snyder out of Arizona. Congratulations. Put the ring on it at 100K. We've got the incredible leaders, $200,000 earners, Josh and Sarah Christian. And let me dive down to one of the very last slides here. A huge congratulations to Circle of Champions, the Freedom Fighters, Assad and Lois Faraj. Congratulations on some great recognition to you leaders. I apologize for leaving those off the mark there. Next up, this speaker, man, jumping diamonds. I mean, unbelievable movement in the last 12 months. And we won't tell Gary all the things that Shane said about him. No, I'm just kidding. Obviously, they were all amazing. But this great leader, I mean, just leading the company, $2.2 million earner, senior national sales director, Circle of Champions leader, an unbelievable leader, the amazing Gary Kornegay. Take it away, sir.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are in the world. Thanks so much. I'm Senior National Sales Director Gary D. Kornegay. On behalf of my lovely wife, Patricia, the Kornegay Family Enterprise, we bring you greetings to be here today. Thanks so much for being plugged into this. Chris Koob, love you, man. My man, Ian Puckner, love you guys, man. Thank you so much for giving me this platform to spend about an hour with you guys and really just talk to you about 2021. We know what happened in 2020. For some of us, it was an explosive year. Some was a great year. Some had an average year and some had no year, right? And that's okay because we're not going to deal with the past. We're going to learn from it. We're going to deal with the now, the right now. What can I do to grow my business and even grow my personal life, obviously, because they're all intertwined in 2021. So thanks so much. 2020 was a phenomenal year for the Kornegay hierarchy. We went from doing 5 million in premium to doing 8 million. I think we recruited last year like 5,000 people to 8,000 people. You saw the income milestones of many of my great leaders in the organization. Today, we're actually signed a contract to promote our 16th direct RVP. He's here with his wife in the room listening to me today. They're going to be our 16th direct RVP, making a total of 29 RVPs. We don't have any third generations, so we're top heavy, and which is what we want to talk about even today. And that's why my income It's where it's at. It's at $2.2 million, gonna go over 2.3. I got a bonus last night for $142,000, so I might go over next week, okay? I'm gonna replace a small month. But we're jumping diamonds almost every less than 30 days. It's just happening. It's awesome. But I'll tell you, the reason that is because we built big base shops and strong first. Big base shop and strong first. And that's why we're top heavy. I don't have thirds yet. I want to get some thirds and fourths because that secures that line, right? The deeper you are in the leg of more successful people, you're locked and loaded for the rest of your life, your kids' life, and want to get there. But in the growth process, in the building process, you're going to obviously start with a big base shop, right? Big base shop, and then release some RVPs that maintain that type of work ethic and attitude, who do the same exact thing and just replicate that over and over again. And that's what we're doing. And we're not moving from that. We're sticking with that. And for us, it works. Now, for you, it may not work. But for us, I believe it works. I know how Art Williams built the company. And I know how many other great leaders built their companies, right? And they turned big base shops into big hierarchies. So we're going to spend some time talking about that. What I'm going to do my first 20 minutes, because I do know we have folks that just got involved in the business and you don't know me. You just know me as being a $2 million earner. And you see, Chris and Elizabeth Coop making close to $3 million a year, if not more, with all their codes. And you see them today. You see Ian Pruttner, making them over $1 million, $2 million, $3 million a year, going to go over $2 million here shortly in a couple months. And you see us today because you walked in today, but you don't see the work we put in. And I was just telling my team earlier today, because I had a meeting going on right now as we speak. And I was telling my team, I love telling people this, Chris Cool. And I know you say it. It took me 32 years to become an overnight success. See that? See, people hear the success, but it took me 32 years to become an overnight success. Now, that means I just started making $2 million. I was broke for 31 years. And voila, I just made $2 million. That's not what I mean. We've had ups and downs. There's a church song called I've been up, I've been down, I've been leveled to the ground, but I've never seen the righteous forsaken or one of his seeds begging for bread. So I've been up and I've been down and I've been leveled to the ground. But my worst day in Primerica would be my best year at my job. I'll say it again. My worst day in Primerica would be my best year at my job. I was an emergency medical technician. I love my job. Get it? I like the company I work for. I just didn't like the paycheck. And oh, by the way, I can't get mad at my boss. You know why I can get mad at my boss in? Because when I got the job, they told me what I was going to make. And I said, what? It's a deal. It's amazing how many people get pissed at their jobs, but it was an agreement. You made an agreement, right? You filed a job application. They told you we pay electricians this amount an hour. And you said, I'll start Monday. And they said, we'll accept you Monday. And Monday you show up and they actually give you the job. And then in 2 weeks or a month, however you get paid, they give you the actual check of what you agreed to, obviously minus taxes and Medi-Cal, all that stuff. But it was a mutual agreement. Now, you may have been there 5 years and thought you should have got a raise by now. You start seeing all the corporate games they play. Or you go out and buy a bigger car, bigger apartment, bigger house. You bring your lifestyle up to the actual income your boss paid you. Now you're mad at your boss. But you wouldn't upgrade your Honda to maybe a Lexus or something, right? You decide to step the game up, go from Honda to Acura or from Toyota to Lexus, right? So now you want more money from your boss. He says, I'm not going to give it to you. And you go, I hate you. I hate this job. Well, I like my job. I love saving lives as an EMT. And when they told me to make $385 an hour in 1983, I said, I'll take the job because I didn't see the $385 an hour in Pruttner. I saw, I got a job, number one. I want to hear the word you're hired. That's some good music when you're broke. Okay, you're hired. Plus you go home and tell your mom you got yourself a job. Then it said $385 an hour ago. I didn't even hear that. Okay, cool. I got hired. But my goal was at that time to work as an EMT for 2 years. And then my uncle, who's the chief of the fire department in Linwood, said, look, go become an EMT first. Then I'll get you on with the fire department to be a paramedic. They make more money. Their EMT 1 is what I was, they're EMT 2s. So you become a paramedic and you can make, you ready for this? $30,000 a year. I go, $30,000 a year, that's a lot of money. Because I was only taking home $800 a month at my job. My wife, Patricia, was making more than me. She was making $1,500 a month because she worked for the city. So I was only taking home $800 a month, and I was happy as a pig in slop. My rent was $300 a month. The house I lived in was a 3-bedroom. My daddy owned it. So guess what? I paid rent sometimes I didn't. I knew he wouldn't evict me. So in my mind, I'm thinking, $30,000 a year? Like, what do you do with all that money? That's $2,500 a month. Man, I can't wait to become a firefighter, a paramedic with the fire department. So I took the physical agility, the written test, the background check, all went through. I'm waiting to get into the academy. And guess what happened? Budget cuts. And I get this letter in the mail saying, congratulations, you qualify for the academy, but you won't be in this particular class. You'll be in the next class because your score was 80. If you're below 85% on your score, you were 84. No big deal. I'll just stay at my job a little bit longer because I already know I'm going to go into the academy. So I don't care about the paycheck. I'm going to be an EMT mate for what, another year, 2, 3, maybe. I'm going to the academy. Well, guess what happened? In that second phase of waiting, my cousin Bertha came to my home and interrupted everything I had going on, totally changed my life, did not know it. She did not know it. Asked to go into a meeting, and I ended up in an A.L. Williams meeting. And folks, that meeting went on for about an hour and a half. And the speakers, I'm sure, were great. They went over all the investments and how to get out of debt and compound interest and the rule of 72 and the theory of responsibility and dollar cost averaging. They could have been speaking Chinese to me. I didn't understand nothing they said. But when they went to that whiteboard, we didn't have no computers back then. When they went to that whiteboard and they started writing on the whiteboard, you can make $250 helping one person. They said it takes about an hour. Now, here's the crazy part, Ian. They never said you make $250 an hour. You understand that? They never promised me that. I'm going to put that on the table. They never told me that. But when they got on the whiteboard, Chris, and they wrote, you can make $250 helping one person get out of a bad policy into a good policy. They said it takes about an hour. You know what my people ain't processed it as? That's $250 an hour. $250 an hour? And I looked around. It was only 4 blacks in the whole room, me, my cousin, and the 2 ladies she took. And I went, all these white people can't be wrong. So a lot of white people in here. It's only 4 blacks. All these white people can't be wrong. They would not be doing this if it was a scam. So I go into that whole black-white thing, Chris. Ain't no blacks here. Oh, white people been having meetings on Tuesday nights because black people were in church at Bible study. I know they were having secret meetings they wouldn't invite us to. In my mind, I'm so immature and naive. I'm thinking, I'm gonna be the first black in the company. My cousin Bertha told me she was not in the company. She was actually a guest that night. And the lady who invited her, Hispanic lady, asked her to bring some people. That's the reason I got there, because my cousin Bertha was asked to bring some people to her first meeting. And she brought me and these 2 other black ladies. I don't know these ladies to this day. I remember 4 of us in the car. And off I go to some meeting, and I'm sitting there going, oh my God, I'm gonna get in this before they change the guidelines. Because once they find out a black guy's in it, they're gonna change the guidelines. They never asked for a resume, found out later it's pronounced resume. I just said resume my whole life, okay? They didn't ask for a resume. They didn't want to run my credit. They didn't ask what neighborhood I'm from in the hood. Well, I'm gonna join this company right now because they may not be as nice tomorrow. Folks, then they showed an 8-minute video of the founder of the company, Art Williams. That was near the end of the meeting. They showed an 8-minute video of Art Williams, the founder of Primerica. And he was walking on a football field. He was dressed like a football coach. He was not in some $3,000 custom suit. in a office building with secretaries and lawyers and dark cherry wood room, like a law office. He was walking on a football field and he had on a coach's uniform. He had a windbreaker on. He even had a whistle around his neck. And he's talking as he's walking on it wasn't even a college football field. It wasn't even a stadium. It was a high school football field with broken bleachers. But when he was talking for those 8 minutes, he didn't talk about Primerica. He didn't talk about making money. He talked about you and your life, me and my life. He said a lot, but I do remember what he did say at the end, because I still say it to myself all the time. At the end of his little 8-minute dissertation, he said, we don't care who you are. I'm African American. He said, we don't care where you're from. I'm from South Central Los Angeles. We'll give you a chance to be somebody. Folks, you know how big that statement is? Did you say that right now to somebody? You may think that's just a cliche, that's just a motivational thing. Say that to somebody today. Just say that. Don't tell you we don't care who you are, where you come from. Leave that out. Tell a person today, we'll give you a chance to be somebody. You know how many people have not heard that in their entire life? Millions. And so when Art said, we'll give you a chance to be somebody, it pierced my spirit. It pierced the core of me. I went, wow, that guy said, give me a chance to be somebody. I want to be somebody. And then he finished me off by saying, Ian, we don't care who you are, where you're from, we'll give you a chance to be somebody. And then he said, folks, don't let anybody tell you can't do anything. You can be anything you want to be. In America, in the free enterprise system, you can be anything you want to be, just try. I went, that's the CEO of the company? He sounds like a football coach. I'm inspired. I went home from that meeting and I found in my little pea brain, I'm thinking, how do I convince my wife that I'm gonna quit my job tomorrow? We've been married now a year at that point. I told her I was gonna be a paramedic with the fire department. She was already with the city. I'm trying to get on to LA City Fire. That was a dream I sold her. And then I go to a meeting for an hour and a half and get baptized in this Primerica thing. On the drive home with my cousin, I'm thinking, how am I gonna tell my wife? But I'm not going to work tomorrow. By the way, y'all, I'm on my job 5 years. I went into that meeting thinking I'm gonna be a paramedic. I came out the meeting thinking, oh no, I'm not gonna be no paramedic. So now I articulate to my wife, I says, honey, I gotta talk to you. She, what's going on? I go, we're gonna be rich. I probably shouldn't have said that, but I said, we're gonna be rich. And she said, where did you go? You know, I live in those neighborhood with a lot of pharmaceutical reps running around, okay? She said, where did you go? I go, I went with Bertha. She says, you went to church? I go, no, I went to a meeting and I'm starting my own business tomorrow. And they make $250 an hour. $250 an hour, and they're gonna hire me. I don't know about no multi-level. You recruit 3 people, get 3, you gonna own your own business. I didn't pay attention to that. I heard $250 and I heard you could make it an hour. So I'm going, why would I go to work tomorrow for $5? This company's gonna hire me. Now they didn't say they're gonna hire me, right? That's not the legal word used in Primerica. We don't hire people. They're independent contractors. But my brain said $250 an hour, I'm hired. So guess what I did? I convinced my wife, which didn't take me long to convince my wife. We had just been married a year. We said the honeymoon phase. So anything I say, she go, okay, booby, booby, booby. Okay, we in love. Now, maybe I said it 10 years into marriage. She said, no, you're not. But she said, quit. So I quit my job the next day. Didn't know you need a license, didn't care. I said, honey, because you let me quit my job, a year later, you can quit yours. Now that's saying something where I'm from. Where I'm from, as a Black man in the inner city, if you don't go to college and work for corporate America, your next best bet to get out of the hood is work for the city, state, or the feds. You get a city, you get a government job where I'm from, oh, you good. You in like Flynn, baby. And my wife already had a government job. So when I told her you could quit in a year. I was saying something. I was feeling myself. I'm cocky now. Guess what? A year later, my wife hops in the car, picked her up from work, and said, I put my resignation today. I go, what? Well, you told me I quit my job in a year. I didn't even know she was paying attention to a year. Get it? I thought she would forget I even told her that. But she was counting. So I put my resignation today. I go, you're kidding me, right? She goes, no, I put my resignation down. You told me in a year. It's been a year. I was nervous, but thank God my parents owned the home I lived, so I didn't fear that, and we had no children. So Pat quit her job. Guess I thought, man, my wife's gonna be in the business, me and Pat gonna be together every day. Right? I can remember we just got married, we wanna be together every day, right? You've been married 10 years, you don't be together every day. Get away from me, you stink. Your feet stink, you must stink, right? But that first year or two, I'm gonna be with you every day. So guess what? Pat quit her job, and guess what happened? Monday morning, I go, you going to Monday meeting? Nope. What? She goes, I'm not doing Primerica. That's your thing. Why'd you quit your job? Because you told me I could. Then what are you going to do every day? I'm going to hang with my mama. How about that? So she quit her job because she wanted to go hang with her mama. But she still quit. Folks, listen, I didn't know we were going to be making $2 million a year then. I just knew I wanted to be somebody. Pat lived up maybe 10 minutes from me. So she's from the inner city. And we both knew one thing, we need to get out of the hood. And if Primerica is gonna, Primerica, Tri-America, Y-America, Cry-America, I didn't care what the name was. If it was A.L. Williams, A.B. Williams, A.J., I don't care what the name is. If it's gonna give me an opportunity to get out of this neighborhood, gang-infested, drug-infested neighborhood, and move me into a safer neighborhood, I'm all in. And folks, the first year I made $31,000. Remember, that was my dream to be a paramedic because they're gonna pay me $30,000 a year. I made $31,000 and I got licensed April. I wasn't licensed the whole year. I missed January, February, and March, and my license posted May 6th. I missed April as well. So from May to December, I made $31,000. The next year I made $78,000. Now that's good money for some of y'all today. There are people in this webinar right now holding on to your nursing job because you make $78,000 because you work overtime. And I'm not judging you, get it? Everybody's situation is different. But I made $78,000 my second year in the business. Then I made $123,000. And people always go, well, did you move out of the hood? Heck yeah, I moved out of the hood. Told my dad, you can re-rent the house out. You can probably make more money you make with me because I ain't paying you on time. And guess who told me? You're right. And I moved out. He put the house on Section 8 where the government gave him $1,600 a month. So he made more money. I moved to the suburbs and haven't been back since other than to visit family. But I'll tell you this. My only words of encouragement you today is we all have to start someplace. And we all have a story. So I have a story. I'll share some pictures with you. Can I have control of this? Am I able to share? There you go, I'm a panelist. Good, I can share with you. And I'll show you, I was just talking to my teammates about just, don't look at all the stuff we have today. I know that's encouraging, but more encouraging is we just started with nothing. I like to start with this quote here. I start all my meetings out with this quote. I think it's relevant. It says, all truth shall pass through 3 stages. First is ridicule, then strongly opposed, and finally accepted as being self-evident. All truths, not some, all truth shall pass through 3 stages. You should be writing this stuff down, by the way, because when it's happening to you, you understand it, you won't get frustrated. Ridicule. You're doing that aren't you in the ministry? Oh my God, what's the profit of man to gain the whole world and lose his soul in? It's harder for a rich man to make it into heaven. Because I knew Ian ran praise and worship at his church. He was a musical director. He's important. Now he go to a Primerica meeting. I thought it was interesting that aside Farad and him go to church together, aside recruiting him, and then he ended up leaving the church. Okay, Ian Pruckman did, okay? So I'm sure they weren't happy. And I know he talked about they cut his pay or whatever, they were gonna lay him off. But the point is, He didn't just walk out of the church and get all the church members to join Primerica. That would have been an easy lay down. So the first, you're gonna get ridiculed. And then guess what? If you don't quit and you keep pursuing it, do what your family's gonna do, they're gonna turn it up on you. They're gonna turn it up on you. And they're gonna say, there's Ian over there. Did he tell you that Primerica cult thing? And Ian's minding his own business at the family reunion. He's over there at the picnic table having dinner. All of a sudden, his drunk uncle comes over and says, your mama told me you dropped out of church to do this pyramid scam. Did you drink the Kool-Aid? And all the cousins start laughing. Their friends start laughing. He's embarrassed. Jessica is embarrassed, right? All of a sudden, he's going, man, I don't like this company. People talking about me. I've never ever been opposed before. But there's another process, and this is what most people never get a chance to experience it. Finally, it's accepted as being self-evident. See, today, Ian Pruckner is a genius. He's an author. He's a businessman. He's a tycoon. He's a great man of God. He's tithing. He's giving to the community, right? He's public speaking in churches and schools. See, now all of a sudden he's a rock star. And the same people that told him don't do it are now saying, I knew you'd make it. Oh yeah, I knew when you were born, boy, you're gonna be somebody. Right? And Ian knows the truth, but he doesn't call him on it. He doesn't call him on it. He says, thank you, Auntie, I appreciate you for supporting me. Well, let me ask you guys a question. If these 11 people came to you and said, what are you doing Tuesday night? Would you get in a white van with these people? Would you, wait, anybody pull up in a white van and go, hey, come go with us to a meeting? You would grab your kids and run. There's nowhere in the world there's anybody on here that I would get in a car with and go, I'm going with you to a business meeting. But can you say ridicule? Can you say oppose? Can you say Microsoft? Yes, these are the founders of Microsoft. You've probably seen this picture a gazillion times. But see to the bottom left, the one that looks like a little boy, he's the only one that looks halfway clean cut. Looks like, who would that be, Pee Wee Herman? Right, he looks like a little boy. What's he even doing in this picture? Well, that's Bill Gates, one of the richest men in the world, the founder of Microsoft. You're using his product right now. How about the guy to the far right? That's Paul Allen. He just passed away, I think about a year ago, 2 years ago, right? But Paul Allen owns the Portland Trail Blazers. These are the founders of a company called Microsoft. Now, ladies, you now know who these guys are. Don't they look good all of a sudden? Huh? The lady at the bottom right there next to Bill Gates, right? All of a sudden now, guys, you know who she is. You want to take her to the prom. But in high school, you know, I'm not taking you to the prom. And I'm sure Billy got ridiculed when he was asking his girlfriend to go to the prom. No, I'm not going with Billy. But how many women wish they were Melinda Gates? How many women going, wow, Billy? You married Billy? Now it's Bill Gates, the philanthropist, humanitarian. And see, this is me and my wife, Patricia. You know, I went to 12th grade twice. How many people can say that? Huh? You ain't got that kind of education. I do. I went to a 12th grade twice. And my second time of doing the 12th grade, in homeroom, I met Patricia Kornegay. Patricia Harmon at that time. I'm so glad I graduated on time. I was trying to graduate on time, Chris. I really was. I was trying to graduate. I didn't want to be embarrassed. All my friends graduated, but I didn't. But God said, stay back. I got something for you. No, I want to graduate, God. Nope, your grades won't allow it. You ditched too many classes. Stay back. I got something for you. So I stayed back a year, went to a different school because I didn't want to be in the talk of the school. People tease me because I'm 18 years old and still in the 12th grade. Most kids are out of 12th grade at 17. So I transferred to Mangle Arts High School, a school that my parents wanted me to go to, but I told them it's gang infested, drug infested. I don't want to go to that school. Well, I ended up checking myself back to school at age 18, where you don't need your parents' signature, because I was an adult. In homeroom, the only class I got straight A's in. I'll let you catch that one later, okay? The only class I got straight A's in, I met my girlfriend, Patricia, who is now my wife. Oh, by the way, you want to hear some ridicule opposed accepted? I started dating my wife, Patricia. I used to go to her house and hang with her on the porch. I know her sisters. I know her brothers, her mama, her daddy. Never had a problem when I was dating her. We decided to get married, okay? And all hell broke loose because Pat's mom and her sisters, not her dad or brother, but Pat's mom and her sisters, they're hardcore Jehovah's Witnesses. My dad's a pastor in the Church of God in Christ movement. My mom's an evangelist. They never, ever cared about that before because we were just a little girlfriend, boyfriend dating. But then once I said we're going to get married, Pat's mother asked her, are you going to change your religion for him? And then I'm in the room hearing it. Guess I told Pat's mom, and I was not being disrespectful. I said, well, I'm not changing my religion. My dad's a pastor. And I'll never forget her looking at Pat and she had that stare of death. And me and Pat decided that day to break up. We decided that day we should go separate ways. Because we're not equally yoked spiritually, we're not getting married. And guess what? A year we broke off. I was dating somebody else, she was dating somebody else. A year later, Pat showed up to my apartment, puts a sticky note on my door, and said, I came by to say happy birthday to you. I woke up the next morning and saw a sticky note on my door. I went, Pat Harmon came by. Like, where was I at? What? Oh my God, was I asleep? Was I at a club? Pat Harmon came by. My ex, like, what was you doing coming to my apartment? I called at work the next day. Hey, you came by, what's up? She goes, yeah, I just came by to say happy birthday. Me and Helen came by, but you weren't there. I go, I was there, I was just asleep. We start dating, but we're going to date again. And guess what we got to do? We got to address the elephant in the room. I go, she says, honey, Gary, if we start dating, my mom's going to kick me out of the house. I will get your own place. You're old enough, get your own apartment. So I said, I'll pay the first and last month rent. I'll furnish the place. You find an apartment, right? If your mom kicked you out to date me. So Pat found an apartment. We lived in sin for 6 months, sorry, right? I moved in. We announced we're getting married. Guess what happened? Pat's sisters are in the wedding. They're the bridesmaids. The day before the wedding, after we spent all our money having those dresses made, a lady in my church made all of the dresses for the women. The day before the wedding, Pat's two sisters pulled off the wedding. We have no girls to fit those dresses. We have custom dresses. Ready for this? We sent out invitations to all of Pat's neighbors. Pat's mother went and picked up all the invitations and told the neighbors, don't go to their wedding, we don't support them. We started our marriage out being ridiculed and opposed. You think I'm worried about somebody telling me no in Primerica? Do you know what it's like to go to a wedding and the bride side is totally empty? She don't even know this is happening. She's in the room getting dressed. She's thinking her neighbor's gonna be there, her family's gonna be there. We had to take our church members from my side and have them sit on the actual bride side, so when Pat walks down the aisle, that she wouldn't notice an empty side. That's how I started my marriage off. Been married now 37 years, we've been together. 2 beautiful children. And guess what? Pat's mother loves us. And out of her 2 sisters, out of all her siblings, we're the only one that's still married to the same person. How about that? Ridiculed, opposed, accepted. Look at the way I dress. Would you recruit that guy? I wouldn't. Right? Would you drive past that guy right now and go, honey, prospect him? Hey, no. That's a pimp. That's Snoop Dogg's best friend. I wouldn't prospect him. But that was my club clothes. That's how I dressed when I was going out to the club. I was a DJ. Look, that's me with the same clothes on, same jacket on, turned inside out, thinking that nobody would notice it. It's a different outfit. Same day. I got shades on at night. Why do you have shades on? It's nighttime. Because I thought that was cool. I've been pointing my finger at you in that picture. Like, hey, buddy, I'm cool. Would you recruit that guy? I wouldn't. I wouldn't get that guy a shot. You know, a lot of you guys can talk about the recruiting part of Primerica. Oh, God, I got to recruit people, my friends. I don't like recruiting my friends and family. How do you think I got to Primerica? A stranger would have never talked to me because I wouldn't. But because of recruiting friends and family, my cousin, remember, who knows me, and she knows I wasn't born with a fur coat on, what did Bertha do? I'm going to give Gary a shot. He's married. He's a paramedic. Yeah, he dresses funny, but she gave me a shot. This is me DJing in clubs. Back in the day. That was my thing on the weekends to make extra money. That's me at the Grammy Awards. I'm a member of the National Academy of Recording Arts and Science, and I do the Grammys every year. I haven't done them since my son got in the business, but before Gary got in the business, I do the Grammys all the time. That's the home I grew up in South Central Los Angeles. You know, if you watch any movie on South Central LA, Boys in the Hood, or Friday After Next, right? You know that's a South Central home. Why? Because the address on the trash can, but not on my home. My dad was a junk collector. So you throw your trash out on Thursday night for the trash man to pick it up. Me and my three brothers are going through your trash, getting all the metals and getting all the aluminum, rocks, wood, rubber. And when we bring it to the backyard, my dad would process it and take it to the recycle, and we get money from that. Now I'm skipping over this. Here I am in Primerica. That same guy with a fur coat on. There's my wedding day, April of 1986. That's when we got married 35 years ago. Been together 37 years. I hear about Primerica. Here I am getting my little regional leader plaque. I've been in the company at that point. I got licensed April the 1st. My license posted May 6th. I got promoted to regional leader May the 6th. Hector Mark had a big fast start school. I got promoted on stage June of 1988. Made a little money, got my car painted. I still got some red shoes on. I thought it was kind of funny, right? Made a little money in Primerica, got my car painted. Now I went from wearing a fur coat to wearing a suit. Met the founder of the company, Art and Angela Williams. My first office was in my house. The house I showed you, I set up a home-based business in the hood. Couldn't afford no fancy office when I went RVP. I went RVP in 8 months. I couldn't afford no nice office. So I started doing meetings in my house. My wife posted these little affirmations all through the house. Be proud, be tough, attack. I want NSD bad. 50,000, 50,000, 50,000. Beat Jorge Benitez, beat Ricardo Lugo. Rick Susie got his money on the Kornegays. This is me. I finally made a little money and I got an office, right? And I had to paint it myself. I couldn't afford no construction company. So me and my dad and my uncle went into this big old 4,000 square foot warehouse in the hood. No parking. It was next to a railroad track. So we had to stop the meeting because the train would come down in the middle of the meeting and shake the whole building. Folks, look at that guy. He's 25 years old, Chris. He's excited. Got my own business. 8 months earlier, I'm a paramedic. 8 months later, I got my own business. You couldn't tell me I wasn't going to be somebody. I couldn't wait to have the sign on the door, Kornegay region. I ain't got no region. It's just me and my wife and 5 other people probably. I love this. I look back at this picture today as a throwback, and I look at this picture. And at the top, you see at the top of the staircase there, you see Hector Lamarck. Yes, the great Hector Lamarck. One time had bushy hair, a little pudgy. To the right, you see Jorge Benitez. You see me to the bottom right. Right next to me, my buddy, Michael Kahn, rest in peace. The guy with the red jacket, his name is Carl. Next to Carl, to the left there, you see Gary McCrummen. Right above Gary, you see Chris Howard. Next to Chris, you see my buddy J.P. Vasudevan. Ladies and gentlemen, we were all broke together. Today, we're all millionaires. We're all millionaires. Now, what do you see there? Hector's Mexican. Jorge is El Salvadorian. I'm African American. Next to me is my buddy Mike Kahn. He's Chinese. Next to him is Carl Habagorst. He's white. Gary McCrumman's white. Chris Howard's white. There's my Indian friend JP. You see what the United Nations. That's A.L. Williams. That's Primerica. We didn't take the picture for affirmative action. We were all in the trenches together, building our businesses separately, but together. You know what? What? One guy in there quit. One guy in there quit. And that's the guy with the red jacket on. One guy quit. He couldn't see past that moment. And the rest of us stuck around. Today, we're all millionaires. We're all financially independent, own multiple homes. We live the dream. Even my buddy Mike Kahn, who died of a heart attack 3 or 4 years ago, his wife, people there were already NSDs. She's still getting a consistent check every month. Her kids are not struggling financially, still live in a mansion in Pasadena, California. They didn't lose a house because he built a business that works in spite of him not being there. If you're absent during my struggle, don't expect to be present during my success. Will Smith. Well, now let's jump over to lifestyle. Now I have the Maybach. I have a chauffeur. I'm a millionaire times 20. I don't drive, I sit in the back seat. That's not staged. I bought the Maybach because the back seat's the best place to sit. It looks like a cockpit back there. It looks like you're sitting in first class in some airline or private jet. We have Wi-Fi, they got the computer. We have a table that pops out. And I hired a female driver, just looks better than the old guy. This is one of our homes we have in Atlanta, Georgia. I go speak at MIT, and it's at the Chateauland Resort. Right? 2017, I hit the $1 million status. I go speak at the company's MIT in 2018. I walk in one way, walk out with a house, right? This is one of my homes in Atlanta. I'm in California right now. This is a 12,000 square foot house. I live at the resort I went to visit. It's crazy when I go to the winery over there and I see all these people there to take weddings, have weddings and take pictures, and they're at the resort for the weekend for their anniversary, and they're at the spa, and I go, they gotta leave, I get to stay. They're leaving, they're on my property. See, I take ownership of the whole resort. They're on my property. They have to leave, I get to stay. But don't forget the house in South Central. Don't forget that house I showed you with the junk in the back. Please don't forget that. It's a beautiful home. Watch this. We live in California, folks. We don't live in Georgia. It's a second home we bought. It's not an Airbnb. It's not a timeshare. We bought the house as a family house. We felt that later on in life, if we get older or we pass away, we had a home that the kids could come to. If this whole world falls apart, right, like it looks like it is sometimes, we have a place where the whole family go. If my kids fall on a hard time, they go through a divorce or have a medical problem or something, to come to the family estate. Double gated community, double guard gated community. So we bought it for that reason. Folks, we got that house. Guess what I told the seller? I'll buy the house, but I want to buy all the furniture in it. So we bought all the furniture in it. Who does that? Who does that? My wife, are you gonna buy all the furniture? Yeah, honey. She said, I want to have my own furniture. We're gonna buy all the furniture and then we're gonna throw it away as you replace it. Who does that? What kind of money you have to buy furniture and to throw it away? You already know you're gonna throw it away when you buy it? Because I didn't want to move in a 12,000 square foot empty home. So I want to buy the furniture, and his wife, my wife, walked through the whole house, and my wife put sticky notes on what she wanted to keep. They gave us a price, we wrote them a check. Look at that view of the second fairway. I can sit on my deck and watch all these. I don't even play golf, but I know rich people play golf and watch it.
Right.
So I figured, okay, I'll act like I play golf, and I'll sit and watch it. Look, there's my son, there's my buddy Art Martinez flew out to play golf with me. We don't know how to play. Like, nobody knows how to play golf. But if you look at that picture, we look like we know how to play. It was a long, I think we lasted like 4 holes. I think I did. Look, I had my team fly out from California to all-white linen party. Look at my team. You see the United Nations. It's not all one race. It's not all one gender. It's not all one religion. But it's all one team of people that want to be somebody. Then they had this pandemic thing hit, right? And they start canceling my flights, right? I go back and forth every month from Atlanta to LA, every month for 2 years. I live bi-coastal. All of a sudden, this pandemic hit, and they canceled my flight. Then they canceled another flight. I got so frustrated. I go, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go buy me an RV with a driver, and if I wanna go someplace, I ain't gotta worry about TSA and social distance. That's about as far distance you can get. So I went and spent $200,000 on RV in Atlanta, Georgia. Now I'm ending with this. I went back to this picture. I think it's important. I'm not a rock star. That guy's a rock star. I'm not a rock star. That guy's a rock star. Because he was broke. He had a dream. He had no evidence of success. He wasn't wearing a Circle of Champions ring. He wasn't wearing a $2 million ring. He didn't have a Maybach and a driver. He didn't have homes in multiple states and countries. That guy is the real rock star. Let's give him credit. What was he thinking? Why didn't you quit, Gary? If I can speak to myself. Why didn't you quit? Got brothers selling cocaine, in and out of jail. You signed an office lease and it went bad in a year. I had a grand opening, grand closing the same year. Why didn't you quit? You couldn't even afford to have somebody help you paint the place. Your family's telling you it's a pyramid. It's a cult. It's a scam. They're making money on you. And it was a little tougher than that. It was that white guy is making money on you. Now, what they didn't understand is that I had a black boss and he was making money on me at the other company. And I never cared. He's the owner. He's supposed to make money on me. Is that the way it works in the American Free Enterprise System? Yes. In the American Free Enterprise System, he's the owner. I'm the employee. He's supposed to make money on me. But somehow when I joined Prime America, it became a big old problem. But then I discovered I'd rather somebody make money on me and I become a millionaire than make money on me and I be a minimum wage employee. If you're gonna make money on me, make the game fair. Make the game fair. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the guy that made money on me, his name is Rick Susie. Rick made $2.7 million last year. I made $2.2 million. When I joined, he was making $40,000 a month. I was making nothing. I've now got my income where I'm $300,000 or $400,000 a year behind Rick, and Rick has already told me 3 months ago, Gary, you're gonna make more than me in 2021. Now I already know that, but to hear him say it, it just sounds better. What kind of pyramid is that? Well, hold on, I'm gonna make more than, I thought he was making money on me. He's made a lot of money on me, but it didn't stop me. But what if I would have listened to my family and said, yeah, you're right, he's making money on me. Would I be making $2.3 million as a paramedic? Okay, how about the chief of police or the fire department? Okay, how about the mayor of LA? How about the governor of California? How about the president of the United States? Would I make $2.2 million to run the whole country? And have my kids having protective service around them all day long, having the what do you call secret service with them wherever they go? They can't go to the bathroom. Having cameras in their face. Half the country like me, half the country don't. Half the world like me, half the world wants to kill me and kidnap me and blow me up. For $2.2 million a year, they wouldn't pay me that because the president of the United States, I think he only makes $700,000 a year. Folks, I would have to take a pay cut to run this country. If they ask me tomorrow, you want to be the next president? I go, nope, 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 don't want it. But Gary, it's the most powerful position in the world. I don't want power. I want freedom. So in closing, You have an opportunity to do something great in your life. You're already a part of Primerica, or you listen to me for the first time, and you don't know me, and you don't know Ian, and you don't know my man Chris, and all the other great millionaires that are on here, and all the other great leaders that are on here, and all the people that are financially independent that are on here. You don't even know these people. So you're feeling like, what? I don't know if I can step to that level. I don't know if I can fill those big shoes. We all started with nothing. We're not the CEO of Primerica. We're not Art Williams who founded the company. We all walked the door and we all put an application in and we all said, I'll try it. Some came a little cocky and said, I'll do it. But the reality of it is, ladies and gentlemen, we all started at the same level. What makes this unique is that when you get involved from day one, we tell you what you have to do to advance. No job tells you that at Taco Bell. You don't get to Taco Bell and go, okay, no. Now let me tell you how to become a shift manager. They don't tell you what you need to do to become an owner of Taco Bell, because you go do it. Right? You wouldn't take lunches. You would take weekends off. You would work overtime. If the owner of Taco Bell said, do this, Taco Bell say, do this, and you'll get it, you will go do it. So guess what corporate America don't do? They don't tell you what you got to do to be an owner. They play with your mind. We're going to start you at the bottom. Your parents even agree. Start at the bottom, get the experience. You know, right? You want to get the experience, Junior. So Junior goes to work for UPS to get the experience. And 20 years later, he gets passed over because his boss's son decides that he wants to work for UPS. And he gives his son your position. And then you learn at 50, not 20, that there's corporate politics. Well, folks, either you be owned or you own. Did I just say that? That just sounds so bad, right? It sounds like slavery. Either you be owned or owned, period. There's no middle ground. So when I understood that if I'm gonna get up in the morning and work my butt off, if I'm gonna work 40 hours a week or 60 hours a week, I'm gonna do it for something that my children could benefit from. And they said, if a man doesn't leave an inheritance for his children's children, you know what that is? All my Christian folks out here that misinterpret the Bible, right? It says if a man doesn't leave an inheritance for not his children, for his children's children. Could your job do that? That tells you right there you shouldn't be there long. Right? If you just deal with that one scripture, how big do you have to be financially? How solid do you have to be financially to build enough wealth to take care of your children's children? And I don't think your post office job will provide you to do that. Now, your life insurance, right? We thank God we're in that business, right? Your term life can do that through a transfer of wealth, right? Because we talk about the benefit of being properly protected, debt-free and financial independent. So we're helping a man or a woman leave an inheritance for their children's children through all of the programs that we offer, the term insurance, the investor difference, right? That's leaving an inheritance, getting out of debt, right? Because if you owe $1 million on $1 million home and you die, it ain't going to your kids. That's that. They're going to inherit debt. Rich people leave a will, poor people leave a bill. See, my mom died in 2013. They own 3 homes and a church and the parking lot next to it. Oh, I'm sorry, I misquoted. The bank owned it. They were renting with an option to buy for 40 years. But they were told, congratulations, Hazel and James Kornegay, you own a home. You own another one. You own another one. They said, we're homeowners. We're homeowners. And we thought they were homeowners until my mama died. My daddy died in 96. We have to deal with any estate issues. But when my mother died, guess what we found out? 4 boys, grown boys. We started going all the paperwork. We started calling the banks to take over the mortgages. And the bank said, this was in foreclosure. It is. This one has a modification. It does. And this one has a balloon payment. What? So me and my brothers had to have a huddle outside the bank. I'll never forget as long as I live. I'm so glad my son was there to see it. He was 19 years old when his grandmother died. I don't have any sisters, 4 boys. So in that banking meeting with the bankers, I took my son with me in that meeting. Normally, I don't do that, but I took my son with me. And the bankers told me and my 3 brothers the whole deal. He says, which one of you guys want to put it in your name? And my brothers looked at me. I said, whoa, time out. Do they owe money on these properties? Yes, they do. How much? Over $1 million. Because, 3 properties, one's a church. They were like $400,000 in the church. I go, time out, huddle. We have a family huddle. Little Gary's listening. My brother James says, well, I'm not keeping that property. My brother Dale said, well, I don't have the money to pay for it. My brother Dewan said, I'm not working. And they all looked at me like, Gary, you're rich. Pay all this stuff off. I go, we need to make an executive decision right now. I will pay and keep the house that we grew up in, the picture I showed you guys. I will pay for that one because that's sentimental. But there's other 2 homes in the church. I'm not a preacher. We could rent out to a pastor. And we made a tough decision, folks, in 10 minutes. Get rid of the church. It went back to the bank. My parents slaved to build that church in 1971. Went back to the bank. The rentals went back to the bank because they had balloon payments. They were due on December the 14th. My mother died November the 30th. We had 14 days to give them $80,000 on one. Guess what, folks? We inherited a debt. We inherited debt. Wow, the Kornegays, you guys, well, how much is the property worth? You guys got left all those properties? Yeah, but they had loans on them. Now I know I'm speaking to you guys because you're talking to clients about getting out of debt. That's what we're all about, right? Protecting your families with the proper insurance. That's what we're about. Save money for the emergency fund, the rainy day fund. Why? Look, everybody's in a rainy day. It's called COVID-19. It rained on everybody. The Bible says it rains on the just as well as the unjust. Well, COVID rained on everybody. But who survived it? The ones that had 6 months or a year of money saved up. I mean, people are waiting for a $600 stimulus check. We're not talking about babies. Grown people in their 40s are waiting for a $600 check. There are food lines. There are food lines, and all these mega churches are having food programs. And people are pulling up in their cars, lined up for blocks to get one. They pop their trunk because of social distance, and they drop one bag, and then they drive off. Next person. Here's what I want you to notice. Before we saw the soup lines, they called them, or the food lines, it was the guy with the basket and a tent that lives under a bridge. Remember those guys? That's a year ago. Those guys were in line. They were homeless. Everything they owned was on their back. Today, we see people that work jobs. They pull up in Hondas. They pull up in Mercedes. They pull up in a nice F-150. They pulling up on motorcycles. They pulling up in Lexus. These are people that are clean cut, shaven, got the kids in the back seat, and they just want a meal for the day. And here we are, Gary Kornegay in front of Chris. We're all making $100,000, $130,000, $200,000 a month. Chris's situation is $300,000, $400,000 a month. And we're not out there preaching the goodness of Primerica and people are starving. See, folks, we're not talking about, people always ask, do you give to charity? Yeah, I do. All that money you make, you give that away, you feed people every day. I show them how to fish. I don't give them a fish. See, I show them what the lake about prosperity is. Get it? I tell them to put down the pole, grab a net. It's enough for everybody. Are you talking about Primerica? I'm talking about an opportunity. Name Primerica. The name has nothing to do with the opportunity. Oh, man, you want to go to a meeting? You don't have to go anywhere. You're grown. Are you trying to recruit me? I don't have to try anything. Your financial rate should recruit you. I'm just going to tell you how it works. See, everybody wants a handout, but not a hand up. See, if I was in that line of all those cars lined up for blocks, I'd go to every window and go, Have you heard of Primerica? 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 I'm gonna show you how to fish. You'll never be in this line ever again. And your kids' kids will never be in this line. But guess what they want me to do? Take my money and go give $100 to each person. Praise the Lord! Praise the Lord! You're such a nice young man. Now that's what I'm talking about with you rich people. But I give them $100, how far would it last? When I could give them an opportunity that could change their life forever. I don't want to treat somebody, I want to heal them. Right. Remember, I worked in the medical profession. Doctors no longer heal. There's a lot of money in treatment. There's a lot of money in treatment. I just got out of the hospital, 6 days, up close and personal, had a relationship with COVID-19 up close and personal. And thank God I was in the hospital at the Chateau Alarm Resort. Did I say that? Did I tell you that? That God gave me COVID on a resort. You have to have money to live on a resort. Got to pay those membership fees. Got to pay for that mansion. I know if I got COVID in the hood, I'd be at the county hospital. I know this process me like fast food. Get them in, get them out. Get them in, get them out. Get them in, get them out. But I'll tell you the story because I heard Elizabeth Koo talk about this the other day, and she hit it on the head. Because when she said that, she was talking to me. I experienced it recently. I get COVID-19. Don't know I got it like you didn't know you had it. I just felt the chills, but I get that every year. I'm 57 years old. 57 years, of my 57 years, I get the flu. So I got the chills and the fever, nothing new, do that every single year. But my daughter, I only have one daughter, she's a sweetheart. Dad, you should go get a COVID test. Oh, I'm fine. I've had this every year, 57 years, 57, But Dad, we're all gonna get a COVID test tomorrow. You wanna go with us? Nah, you and your mom go. Okay, Dad, but can you please promise me you'll at least go get a test? Oh, okay. When your daughter says that in that voice, will you please promise me? Give me your word. So I give her my word. And guess what happens? We all go get a COVID test, right? Just to be safe, because Dad's not feeling well. They got sniffles too. They keep me. My son and his wife go take the COVID test, and they're like an hour away from me. We do it as a family because we do everything together. And I walk in thinking, but I'm gonna walk in. They're gonna check your oxygen. Your oxygen's 68. I go, okay. It should be 98. I go, what does that mean? 20%? You should be in a coma right now. When they said the word coma, I went, what? They go, we can't believe that you actually are not, at least not dizzy. You should have been unconscious at the very least. And I went, now at this point, I go, my heart's racing. They go, you need to go straight to emergency. I got my wife with me. I left my kids thinking I'm gonna go check this test and come home. They go, you're not going home if you wanna live. They rushed to the emergency room. I'm thinking I'm gonna be in the emergency room like for a day. You'll give me some oxygen and we'll be out. I had to put in a wheelchair. They rolled me right past admission. I go, well, don't you gotta do some insurance stuff? And I mean, I know I was a paramedic. I know how this party ends. But I go, whoa, they brought me right past admissions. I'm in trouble. I go to the emergency room. They take me to the private room. They say, get undressed. Okay. All right, that's to examine me, right? I get undressed, put the robe on. They start hooking up the EKG, put oxygen on me. I go, oh, this don't look good. In my head, I'm thinking that this don't look good. They're not telling me everything. Put me in a gurney to a bed. Once I get in the bed, I'm thinking, okay, they're gonna hook me up. I'll be out here in an hour or two. We're gonna admit you. Admit! My wife's outside, but she can't come in because of COVID. My kids don't. We're gonna admit you. We're taking the ICU. Folks, I was there for 6 days. I was there 1 hour and my health improved because I had the best healthcare. At the best doctors. This is true. I experienced it. They gave me remdesivir, and I knew. I said, "Give me that." I know that's that expensive drug. Y'all gave it to the president. To day 2, day 3. I go, when am I leaving? They go, well, based on your insurance, you're gonna stay 6 days. I go, but I'm already better. You just told me. Based on your insurance. I go, are you trying to milk my insurance company? They go, yeah. We normally give you this for 1 day. If you have the wrong insurance, they kick you out. But we're gonna give it to you for 6 days to make sure you're fine. Once they told me that, guess what I did? My nerves got better. My blood pressure went down. So we just riding this thing out there. Y'all want to give me the best health care. Guess you'll get, why you get the best health care? Because property taxes pay for what? Health care. It pays for the hospitals and the doctors. And well, guess what? If I lived in the hood, the property taxes is hood property taxes. So no wonder why the hospitals look like they're crap. No wonder why the DMV and all the government buildings look terrible. But when you go into a wealthy neighborhood, you get better hospitals, better grocery stores, better police department, nicer police, better firefighters. I go, oh my God, when people say your wealth is not your health, wrong, wrong. In a capitalistic society, they're both intertwined. But what if I had said no to Primerica? What if I had said no? My life would be totally different. You know what else I didn't worry about while I was in bed? I didn't worry about, can my wife pay the bills? Because my income is 100% overrides. I haven't made a personal sale since 1993. So I built a business that even if I died and I didn't come out of the hospital, I didn't worry if my wife was gonna be able to sustain the lifestyle, if my children was gonna struggle. Because I got a big fat life insurance policy with a great company called Primerica, and they pay their claims. So I knew the claim's gonna get paid and 200 grand a month gonna continue to roll in. Thank you, Ian, for the opportunity. Thank you, Chris, for the opportunity. I love you, I appreciate you. 2021 is gonna rock and roll. I'll see you at the top because the bottom is way too crowded. God bless you.
Unbelievable job, Gary. Thank you so much. $2.2 million earner with us. That was fantastic. Tons of notes. And guys, real quick, listen, he gave me hope, right? He gave me hope. I didn't even go to senior year twice. I just went once, but I graduated with 1.8 GPA. And you know what else gives me hope is I am horrible at making mistakes. But we've got a great crew behind me. I mean, they are unbelievable. Let me tell you about our crew, Ricky Ayers, who came up and said, hey, I want to send you the milestones real quickly. So guys, take your screenshots. We know it's important for you to have your social media presence. And I want to apologize in advance for those that we missed. But $50,000 earners, Alan Brooks as a regional leader, congratulations to you. Great job. We also have the incredible Power Builder, $50,000 earner, Taylor Wells, as also a regional leader. Fantastic job. Unbelievable, guys. We've got $50,000 Power Builder, Andrew and Tabitha Norton. I know we mentioned it earlier, but we wanted to put it on a slide for you. Rick got it together very quickly. We appreciate you so much, Rick Ayers. And then $100,000 earner, TJ and Taylor Snyder. Fantastic. And last but not least, $200,000 earner, Josh and Sarah Christian. Unbelievable. And we've got Circle of Champions, Assad and Lois Faraj. Wanted to get the recognition you guys so greatly deserve. So congratulations to you guys. Thank you so much for allowing me the opportunity to go back through that. Next up, guys, don't leave yet. We've got an amazing message. The best is yet to come. We're going to wrap it up with my great leader, mentor, and I thank God every single day that he continued to follow up with me 3 different times. Could you believe me? I was that dumb 3 different times. Guys, you could do this too. Follow up with great people. $1.2 million earner on his way to 345. We're going to cross 2 million for sure. Newest Circle of Champion member, my great friend, Ian and Jessica Pruckner.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. What an incredible event it's been. These things always challenge me. They challenge me to grow. They challenge me to recommit, to refocus, to re-energize. And I'll tell you what, I've never seen a moment like we're in now. And you can just feel it. You can just feel it that 2021 is going to be big. It's going to be a game changer in your life. And you can just kind of feel it. And maybe, just maybe, you were born for this. You were made for this moment. You were born to be here to change your life and your family tree forever. And there's just such big things coming. And I want to share a message with you because you've been challenged by all the speakers, that your life can be bigger than you're living right now, that your shadow can be extending for a greater period of time than just your lifetime, that you can really make a difference in your life through Primerica. But the question is, what are you going to do about that? Are you going to leave here today changed, different, fundamentally at the core, a different leader who's ready to make things happen? Or is this year going to be like all the years previously? So I'm going to share my screen over here with you. The title of my message to you today is "And We Wait." And see, our lives are like this. It's a moment, it's a flicker, and our time is counting down. And see, there's this old saying that good things come to those who wait. But folks, good things don't come to those who wait. Leftovers come to those who wait. Good things don't come to those who wait. Leftovers come to those who wait. And I don't want you to miss this moment. I don't want you to miss this moment. I don't want you to fall out of this meeting and go back to being who you were before. See, this time in our company, this time in our business, it's never happened before. There's never been momentum like there is right now. Guys, I got word, I don't know if it's accurate or not, but that we just had our $111 million earner, Carlos Leon, in 3 years. Guys, listen, we were the fastest at 9 years. And then Mika Saunders broke it at 6. And now 3. There will be people who make $1 million a year here in their first year in the business. It's coming, and the time is right now, listen, to take a lifetime's worth of effort and to condense it down into a 12 to 18 month period. And will you say one day, looking back at this moment in this time, the start of 2021, a new year and a new you, will you look back one day and will you say, I was there? Or will everybody know that you were there by the fruit on the tree, that you've changed your life in an unbelievable way? And I think about a song called "The Cat's in the Cradle." It's a very old song, and it's kind of this poignant poem almost of a life gone by. I want to read it to you. It says, "My child arrived just the other day. He came into the world in the usual way, but there were planes to catch and bills to pay. He learned to walk while I was away. And he was talking before I knew it. And as he grew, he said, I'm going to be like you, Dad. You know I'm going to be like you." The next verse says, "My son turned 10 just the other day. He said, thanks for the ball, Dad. Come on, let's play. Can you teach me to throw? I said, not today. I've got a lot to do." He said, that's okay. And he walked away, but his smile never dimmed. And he said, I'm going to be like him. You know I'm going to be like him. The third verse says, well, he came from college just the other day. So much like a man, I just had to say, son, I'm proud of you. Can you sit for a while? He shook his head and then he said with a smile, what I'd really like, Dad, is to borrow the car keys. See you later. Can I have them, please? And the final verse says, I've long since retired and my son's moved away. I called him up just the other day. I said, I'd like to see you if you don't mind. He said, I'd love to, Dad, if I can find the time. You see, my new job's a hassle and the kids have the flu, but it's sure nice talking to you, Dad. It's sure nice talking to you. And as I hung up the phone, it occurred to me, he's grown up just like me. And life goes fast. Time's gonna move on you. It's the start of a new year. And we always seem to be waiting for the world to begin. We always seem to be waiting to really live, to really go after what we want, to really be somebody. We're always waiting for tomorrow, tomorrow, this sort of mythical land where all of human achievement is stored, right? Tomorrow, the noun, is a mystical land where 99% of all human productivity, motivation, and achievement is stored. Tomorrow. But the truth is this, see, we have one life, just one, and you're in it. It's happening now. Why aren't we running like we're on fire towards our wildest dreams? See, are you waiting Are you waiting today? Are you waiting? Are you putting it off? Have your dreams come alive on the inside of you, but you're saying tomorrow? See, are you waiting to give this business everything you have? Are you waiting for maybe when you have more time? Are you waiting to be done with school? Or maybe when work lightens up? Are you waiting till after the vacation? Or maybe after the holidays? Are you waiting for after the season or after the big game? Are you waiting for the spring or maybe the summer or the fall potentially? Or maybe you're waiting for your little infant to get a little older, or your little toddler to get in school, or your school age child to get into junior high, or to graduate, or to be in school, or for their wedding to pass, or the grandkids to be born. Are you waiting for your kids to get a little older? Are you waiting for when you're not so busy with fill in the blank? Are you waiting till after the church softball season's over? Are you waiting till you have a little more saved, a little more in the bank, till you have a little more knowledge, a little more skill, till you've done it a little longer? Are you waiting until you feel a little bit more comfortable? Are you waiting until your friends and family support you? Are you waiting for your spouse to be all in? Are you waiting for your life to begin? Because you're actually just waiting until it ends. See, tomorrow is the thief of our today. Tomorrow is the thief of our dreams, our legacies, and our impact. And see, yesterday is gone. There's nothing we can do about it. And tomorrow isn't promised. And all you have, what do you have? You have today. What if you became a today person? What if you did the things that mattered today? What if you really went for it today? What if you took this inspiration and you acted on it today? See, it's time to go all in right now, today. See, the world gives us three simple rules, and I want to share with you. Number one is if you don't go after what you want, you'll never have it. Rule number two is if you do not ask, the answer will always be no. And number three is if you don't step forward, you'll always be in the same place. You'll always be in the same place. See, listen, sooner or later, you're going to run out of tomorrows. There won't be any more tomorrows. See, later most often becomes never. See, I'll get to my dream later. I'll build this business later. I'll provide this life of my dreams to my family later. I'll win big later, but later most often becomes never. See, the moment is now. The time is now. The place is now. The future is now. We think big now. We act big when? Now. We get big now. We live big now. We give big now. And we dream big now. No more waiting for the world to begin. No more waiting for your life to start. You're on stage right now. It's time to act on your dreams. It's time to act on your dreams. Because the truth is life goes fast. Life goes fast. I saw this picture and it's like a flicker. Life goes fast. You go from one end to the other and you live in the dash. And what's your dash gonna mean? See, one day you won't have any more tomorrows, only yesterdays. And you'll look back on all the things, that you could have been, and all the things that you could have done, and all the dreams that you could have lived, and all the lives you could have changed. And you look back and you do it all today if you could. If you could. The good news is you can. You still have today. You still have right now. You can become a now sort of person. You can act now. You can take action now. You can be bold now. You can go after your dream now. Folks, the time's going to pass anyways. Will you be living your dreams or will you wish that you had? Nate, back to you.
Unbelievable, guys. What an incredible event this has been. The Midwest Builders School has just been one for the books. 2021 is your year, and it starts today. Take your notes. Take your notes and go through them today, and then go through with your teams and take massive action into 2021 today. And guys, put it in your calendar, the Midwest Builder School with Mark Yazapovic and newest $1 million earner. You heard it there first, Carlos Leon, doing it in 3 years. Somebody here on this call was brand new and will be $1 million earner 3 years from now. April 10th, 2021, lock it in. We will see you guys there. Check out this promotion video for the next Midwest Builder School.
Remember, man is not defeated when he fails. He's only defeated when he quits. And I hope that you never do. I hope you attack, 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 and never defend. There's no good in defending. I hope you stand up and fight back. And I'll promise you things will get better.
If you're here, it's because you're part of the leadership of this company. So when you go back to your office, you're gonna set up big goals for your people, and you're gonna take them step by step until you win, and you never stop.
Art Williams focused on why, the crusade and the dream.
Folks, Primerica is the greatest tool to build a pipeline lifestyle that this world has ever seen.
We're the only people in the financial industry showing them how to fix what's most broken in people's lives, which is their income.
Practice doesn't make perfect. No, perfect practice makes perfect.
This is about us. This is about our time. We're going to do this together as a family.
It starts with me, and it starts today.
The key for succeeding in business and the answer of all of your problems, we all know it, is in recruiting.
I hope you attack, 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 and never defend.
All right, everybody, make sure you text 484848 Midwest Builder School to get your tickets for the next school. Register now. Go make it happen. Have an unbelievable day, an explosive 2021. Thanks for being on. We appreciate every one of you. Thank you to our tech team, and thank you for being here. Have an incredible day, Midwest Builder School. Take care.